Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed Origins for my annual 2023 playthrough. So, the last time I was able to stream this game without any audio issues happening on stream was 2017, the year that the game came out. The first time I had that static audio issue happen with this game on the Xbox when streaming it was 2018. And it's been so long since I've been able to enjoy streaming the game without that audio issue hanging over the top of my head every time. Some streams it wouldn't happen at all. Some streams it would happen early in the stream. Some streams it would happen hours into it. And it was just unpredictable and so very frustrating. So I'm playing the PlayStation 4 version on my PS5 and streaming it through that. So the settings will have to be switched over to what I would normally have. I need to sort out the outfits that I earned through Uplay, which is now UbiConnect, and synchronize this version of the game with those. Thankfully, anything that you achieved on whichever console you achieved it doesn't actually tie it to that console only. You can actually have another console and connect to it as well. So I'll be able to unlock the outfits that I had for that And when I'm able to, I'm going to be changing the outfit to the Edward Kenway one as part of celebrating Black Flag's 10th anniversary. Hey there, Harbinger. Welcome on in. Thank you for putting that through. So this game does not come with optional objectives. Neither does Odyssey of Valhalla. They dropped that for this game. What I did though is I went through the game from start to finish and looked at each main quest and figured out some things for full sync requirement. Now obviously there's no synchronization in this game. They took that out. There's quests, there's no longer memories. So the concept of having full synchronization does not exist in this game. However, to actually create that, I've named it full sync because that's essentially what those optional objectives were in the previous games. They were full synchronization between the person experiencing the memories and the actual person living the memories, and lore-wise, actually doing that meant that you were doing things the exact way that the character did it. That was full synchronization. So I've created some for this playthrough. However, there will be some quests in the main story that don't have any. There will also be no side quests with any of those. The best you can do in terms of like reloading anything if you mess up is to reload your quest objective. So as soon as I know I've messed up on my own optional objectives I've added myself, then I'll just reload the quest objective to the previous objective as well, and then count that as a count against me. So the failed command still works. However, it's going to be changed because of course I'm playing Assassin's Creed Origins now. So we're going to set the fail count to 0 again. And so whenever there's a messing up of my full sync requirements I've added myself, optional objectives, I need to reload the last quest objective and all that kind of stuff. Now with the current command, I myself have a specific command for each and every main quest that actually has optional objectives that I've created. So if people are curious as to what the current one is, and I may from time to time just put that anyway, which one the current is, if you want to know which one is which, then if you put in ! current, then I'll be able to put in myself which command matches which quest as well. So got that all set out in a document. Thank you for the follow, Creepy Michi. Thank you for that. Let's go to English and have that as the audio language. Keep that the same. Alright, the hidden ones, yep, so I've got that. And the Curse of the Pharaohs as well. So I'll be doing that. Now let's go to other options. Keep that the same. Gameplay, show all, compass, show all, blood on, aim assist partial, photo mode on. Right, all that stuff is the same as I had it before. Now, audio. Let's go to music frequency and put it at high. That means when you're roaming around in the game world, the frequency at which music will start to play for you is definable by this. Let's see, so I want to put dialogue boost up. I don't really know how much to put it by, so let's just put it up to 100. Sound effects I like to have a bit lower and keep music at much higher than the audio. I can't remember what I had it set to on the Xbox. Subtitles on, we want that on. Let me see. Now, I don't personally need to have the subtitle speaker name and the subtitle background, but we're going to put those on just in case there's people who watch the stream who, require the subtitle background on to be able to see what the subtitles are actually saying. So that's all applied there. Go back. Now let's go and see, can we go to store for a moment? And add-ons. Alright, so that's installed. Let's go to owned. Let's have a look here. Alright, so they're all owned. Owned. So they must already be activated by that. So we've got Edward's outfit. So when the game lets me, I'll switch Bayek to Edward's outfit. And I'm going to have Bayek wear that for the whole playthrough as part of celebrating Black Flag's 10th anniversary. Okay, so because I'm playing the PlayStation version, it means I don't have any of my previous saves. But that's okay, because for this challenge I wanted to start from 0 anyway with the character level. I'm going to play on normal.
You are the Magi from Siwa. I thought Magi's were supposed to protect the Pharaoh. I am Magi to no Pharaoh. You see this? I can read my own name, Nat! We will find you. We will find you in your sleep! Sleep? I never sleep. I just wait in the shadows, and I will kill you all! Everyone who sniffed the air that day in Siwa!
You killed my master and left me for dead! That was a mistake!
Your master was a murderer.
I am his sworn bodyguard! It is a question of honor!
I am the Magi of Siwa.
Then you are a worthy opponent. You are weak, Magi, but I am powerful. Will you not fight? A broken weapon won't save you. This place will serve as tomb to one of us. Let it be you.
Let us call truce. You are not the one I've sworn to kill.
Question of honor. It is a fight to the death.
So be it. Anubis awaits you. Neck. No way out.
It's the same old story. Boy finds
No
girl.
footholds here. I need to find a way into another room.
It's the same old story. Boy finds girl. Boy loses girl. Girl finds boy. Boy forgets girl. Boy remembers girl. Girl dies in a tragic blimp accident over the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day. Good year? No. The worst. Nice one, Harbinger.
This guy must be coming from somewhere.
Are you Harbinger? Damn. There are sequels as well.
This must have been built centuries upon centuries ago. Forgive me, Great Amun. I have need of this. The riches of the ancients.
So the optional objectives that I've come up with, they're only in the main game as well. I didn't come up with them for the DLC content. So there won't be any challenge aspect for that DLC content. Hidden Ones and Curse the Pharaohs.
Up there. Light.
So when I get to that content, the stream title won't have any challenge listed in it. And I'm going to have the streams of the DLC separated from the main game. For those who want to watch the main game playthrough without the DLC and vice versa. That way people can know that individual streams are related to either the main story or the Hidden Ones DLC or the Curse the Pharaohs one.
Soldiers. Of course.
Alright, now the game lets me actually get this stuff. Alright. Alright, so we're going to equip Edward's outfit to celebrate the Black Flag's 10th anniversary. All the games that I'm playing as part of this annual series playthrough that I'm doing, I have the character wear his outfit. It won't let us... Oh, it will. That's good. It lets us put the hood on right now. Let's have a look at some stuff here. Need to be level 3 for a lot of that stuff. Same with the shields. Bow. Can't access any of those yet. Do you think you're out of... sorry, you want to explore the pyramids again? I don't blame you, dude. That's one of the great things about this game too. The head-on, Rujek. Bayek trekked across the vast Egyptian desert to corner Rujek in the famous bent pyramid of Sneferu. Bayek's first kill, the death of Rujek, brought on Anubis' apparent curse on the Natron mines. The snake is one of the masked ones whose name was mentioned at the tragedy in Siwa. The ibis, one of the masked ones. The vulture, one of the masked ones. The ram, one of the masked ones.
What's that?
Get him! Die! Epsilon! Watch out!
Fire! Is that you? It is an ambush!
You are telling me?
There's the Medjay. Kill him. Kill his friend.
We will see what of you, Ilya.
Storm coming.
I see you have made new friends.
They were setting up an ambush. It's a good thing I came to welcome you, huh? Ah! It's been months. Look at that beard, huh?
It's been nearly a year, my friend.
Feels good to get out and fight. I am out of practice. In Siwa, everyone defers to the soldiers on pain of death, or worse.
I've killed one of the masked ones. The Heron.
4 more. Come. It has been a long road. You need rest?
No. No rest. Not until all the masked ones' guts lie baking in the sand.
Gods, I have missed you. Where is your mount?
Ah, there you are, boy.
Let us go, Senny.
How have you been holding up since I left?
Ah, it has been difficult, Bayek. Without you, the villagers look to me to keep order. But the soldiers have set up a garrison, and they rule over all.
A garrison in Siwa?
Ptolemy wants the entire region kept under heel. I do my best to keep the villagers out of trouble. I could use your help.
I'll do what I can. But do not forget, I have my own justice to pursue.
Ah, I knew I could count on you, Senny.
What happened here?
The garrison soldiers are brutal. If they suspect a villager is lying to them, they burn his neighborhood. And worse.
Whoa.
Welcome home, Bayek. Siwa has missed you.
Penachte. You owe all you have. Your farms, your goods, your children.
The villagers are drained
You
of
owe
life.
your very life.
No one in the Wahat could make a move without being questioned, threatened, taxed, or beaten. We all have learned to obey and keep our heads down. You see how it is.
Let's not attract attention.
Harbinger, I'm Bayek of Siwa, and I'm a mid-pirate. Arr. I need to get that timer
Are
sorted.
you going to go to your house?
Nothing there for me. Tell me about the Ibis.
Medunamun.
Is he here?
He is the plague on the oasis. As you can see, the soldiers have become more brutal since he arrived. Before they got drunk and fought with the villagers. Now that Medunamun is here, they are disciplined and vicious.
All the more reason to kill him.
Do not take him lightly. He is lean and sinewy, but very powerful.
Behold what becomes of those who
Look
disobey
who's returned our
Medina.
homes!
Priest to
It
the
is
Pharaoh.
our own Bayek.
There's Hanachero. The others, Nefe.
Nachero!
Ipsum is like, Bayek, where are you going? I wasn't looking at the screen, I was typing. Hey there, hit pigs. It begins indeed, that is for sure. How's things going for you, dude? It wasn't until my annual playthrough last year where I was trying to get as much dialogue as possible that you can trigger some funny dialogue by doing the wrong thing on purpose. So once I actually get my optional objective done of getting the headshots on the dummies, I'm going to, well, before I do that actually, I'm going to trigger the funny dialogue.
Whoa.
Ah, home. Leave your mount. He will not stray far. Go ahead on in. Rest, my friend. It has been a difficult day.
I have no interest in rest. I must prepare for this man.
Hepzibah! Hepzibah! Once again, the soldiers! Bayek!
Rabia! My Rabia!
I am worried about you.
Ah, you know me, eh? You should be worried. Ah,
Look at you. Cuts, contusions.
I'm fine.
Sit. Hmm? Sit. Sit. I'll take care of it.
You haven't changed.
You and I've always patched you two up. Made excuses to your parents. Times have changed, but you, I can count on.
Slumbering Osiris. I thought you would never wake up.
Rabia patched me up, and
I let you sleep. You need to be alert to tangle with Medunamun. In fact, my friend,
A new bow?
see if you like it. Best spot to hit is right in the head.
Alright, so on purpose I'm going to do some things wrong to get the funny dialogue. Hit Pigs, things are good. Completed the main story of Rogue yesterday. Oh, you did? Oh, excellent. GG's. So I can't remember, was that your first playthrough or was that a replay on it? He looks funny in Edward's clothing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I mean, obviously the time period is very different. But for my annual series playthrough, the games in which I do play for it, when there's the option to have Edward's outfit, I've actually put the character into it to celebrate Black Flag's 10th anniversary. So I'm going to do the same for Valhalla as well. I don't think Odyssey has it, unless you have the PC version and you've modded it to be on the character, but I'll be playing as Alexios in Odyssey, because I generally play as Cassandra, because she's canon, but for the playthrough I'm doing this year for my annual series run, I didn't want to take it as seriously as I have done for the past 2 years, so I'm going to use that opportunity to also play as Alexios, because I haven't really played as him much over the years, only probably twice out of all the playthroughs I've done of it. So it was your first playthrough, Hit Pigs? Nice. It's always good to get a first playthrough finished, and then that way you can sort of judge whether it's one you're going to replay. So do you think it's one that you think you will replay and revisit? Quests. The Oasis. Bayek returns to Siwa. His close friend Hepzibah helps him prepare to battle the false oracle, Madunamun. After defeating the men sent after him, Bayek rejoins his good friend Hepzibah and heads for home. Hepzibah, who in the past helped Bayek keep law and order in the Oasis of Siwa, introduces Bayek to the oppressive changes that have occurred there. He also explains to Bayek that his quarry, the priest Madunamun, will be a fearsome opponent. This is what happens if you don't do the right thing on purpose.
Bayek, the targets!
I got carried away.
Hey, that belongs to me.
Sorry. Didn't mean to do that.
Shoot the targets, Bayek.
Alright, there we go. So you only get that dialogue if you mess up on purpose. Hit Pigs, you definitely might replay the story in the future. Oh, that's good. Yeah, revisit and that. It's a shame there's no like difficulty settings on those older games, because then you could also do, difficulty settings to see how different it would be. Alright, so the optional objective that I've come up with for this current mission, which is the Oasis. One of them is I need to get headshots on the dummies.
One of the dummies is sturdier than the other. Good.
Hepzibah!
What is it?
Soldiers are coming for you!
Go. Come, quickly.
Make certain no one gets out of the house alive. Hepzibah! We're just here to talk! Nomarch Rudjek's been killed. Your friend, the Medjay, may have been involved. Come out, if you wish to clear his name. Prepare an ambush.
Neck! They will find my letters and burn down my place. I will be executed.
Don't worry. I will take care of this.
Watch out!
What's that? Who's there?
Keep low. He is getting too close.
Hey! Now for the rest of them.
Alright, so the other optional objectives is I have to remain undetected and I have to take out every enemy while I'm inside a bush or something similar like that.
I will slip around behind them.
For the love of Ra, we cannot let them burn my house too, Bayek.
Huh?
He's going to be surprised.
Could be.
Understood. I'm awake.
Feel that? Not crazy, am I?
Wait. Did I?
Alright, so optional objectives done. Headshots on dummies, do not be detected, and stealth attack from bushes. Hit pigs, you definitely might replay... Oh, sorry, I already read that, whoops. But you do want to get 100% and you know you're over 50% done. Well, that's cool though, too. It's good that you're over 50% as well. That's a good percentage to be. A shrubbery. Neat. We are the knights who say... Neat. You must get us a shrubbery.
That does it.
Thank you, Bayek. I told you these Nekatiadids do not care.
I cannot believe their gall.
It is sad. Come upstairs. I will show you all the Magi duties of Siwa. All the problems of Siwa are here. I try to help everyone, but it is more than I can do.
So you are telling me you do not have the powers of a god?
But the real problem is that man you want to kill. Majunimon. The people were hopeful when he first arrived. Surely, things would improve. We soon learned the truth, actually.
I fear for the safety of your family, priest. I will move them to a more secure area.
That is the man you're up against.
I will find him and kill him.
Majunimon is a lot more powerful than he looks, and he is surrounded by the finest soldiers.
I do not care.
You'll be killed. You need to get tougher if you want to murder that spindly shit. For sure, you'll need better armor.
I can make that myself.
Weapons are more difficult. The soldiers took everything in the village.
I will talk to the blacksmith.
Yes, Benipe can certainly make something for you. Or Senu can help you find what you need.
Senu? Senu is alive.
Look who is coming.
Senu, old girl. In fine form.
Rabia has nursed her to health.
I must thank her.
The people are desperate for your help, Bayek. They'll help you if you help them.
I understand.
Thank you so much for the follow, Sushu. Hit pigs, not many problems. No. Yeah. I mean, the thing about the optional objectives I've come up with, they're not impossible. And because the game isn't designed to have any of those in mind like the earlier games were, it means that the programming for this game isn't incorporating those concepts as well. So there might be some that are slightly difficult, especially later when there's assassination targets that need to be taken out without being detected before and after and during. Like Tahaka's assassination, the optional objective I've got for that is I need to get to him undetected, kill him undetected, however it has to be from a haystack, and also not be detected after I've killed him. So there will be some difficult optional objectives that I've come up with that I need to adhere to for the challenge rules, but it's not impossible or anything, it's just, time consuming and need patience. Hey Arthuri, good day to you as well. How's it going for you? AC Origins, now interesting, watch how you play through that. Well, thank you so much Arthuri for joining. Yeah, I love this game. This is my third top favorite of the series. You don't remember if you've redeemed the next one, but it's still a nice one. That's the red light district. That's the red light district. I wonder why Savage is hanging out down there. Sex flank. No, not right now, Ed. We've got work to do. I think you might have. That seems familiar. Hey there, Afro. It's such a polarizing game. I guess it is for some, but I love it. I think it's great. Still can't access any level 2 or 3 stuff. Not that I have any level 2 stuff, but... Alright, abilities. Definitely want regeneration during combat. Quest, gear up. So I'm also doing all the side quests in the game, and none of these side quests have optional objectives.
I need to hunt for leather.
We'll also
Bayek,
grab...
I need some help with the requests on my table if you have any time.
The freshwater spring in the Amanai cave. I know that cave. Better look into it. Teramun. Not like him to give up.
Arthur, you're fine, thank you. Morning, training going well now. A little bit working at computer at the same time you're lurking here. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Arthuri. Glad to hear that it's going well, also. And thank you so much for doing that that lurking while you're working as well. Afro, it's a game that you would call mid. It's RPG, but not enough. It's kind of old AC, but not enough. It's just in the middle in every category. You can't commit to one side. Yeah, that's definitely fair. I sort of feel it's kind of like it's like the Legend of Zelda games for me. You know, they might not be full-on RPG. I mean, the newer one, yeah, Breath of the Wild, because you've got a leveling system. But traditionally, Legend of Zelda games were action RPGs as well, and that's what I kind of think of this one. Whereas I kind of think of Odyssey as full-on RPG, like trying to be, you know, dialogue choices, plus the leveling up system and multiple endings and, you know, all that kind of stuff.
You could visit the military camps, but take care.
Something that I didn't learn until a few playthroughs ago was that if you come back to Siwa after assassinating every main target, Hepzibah actually has some new dialogue with Bayek each time. Sometimes the dialogue doubles up after you've already done an assassination and then another one, and then you talk to him again. But generally, after each one, he has a new bit of dialogue.
I would appreciate it if you could stay longer.
So I won't be doing this throughout the main game, but in the past I have done with the main game.
Ah, Bayek. Making progress?
Just these little things that not everyone in the world cares about, but I like finding new dialogue and stuff.
حمسني وجدي عنك.
This will be enough. Thanks to Neith, goddess of hunting. This will work perfectly.
Alright, so that was the quest. Family reunion. Sorry, no. That's what I wanted. Gear up. Bayek must hunt wildlife to craft some better equipment. Hey there, Anasune. How's things going for you today? Atypical. Thank you so much for giving the gift sub to Arthuri. That's awesome of you to do. Thank you very much for that. And congratulations for the gift sub, Arthuri, as well. Thanks for doing that, Atypical. Hey, how's things going? Working with you in the background. Oh, nice. Thank you so much for that. I hope things are going well, and I hope that the work you're doing is going well too. Very early into this playthrough, just started it not long ago. Been looking forward to get back to this one, as I always am. Just like all the other games I play. That I replay. Maybe not Odyssey all the time to the same extent, but there's enough in Odyssey for me to like, that I tolerate. But there's still a lot of issues with the game. You're doing great. That's excellent, Atypical. Glad to hear that you're doing well. And yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm going great. Had a good weekend. Plus, the weather is the kind of weather here that I love. So I'm really enjoying that too. Yeah, I don't blame you, Typical. I still think it's the best one that they've done since they, went to this style. As in, out of the three that we have, Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, I still think this one's the best one. Anasuna, you're doing good. Found a new way to play games that you find fun. Oh, excellent, Anasuna. That's cool. That's great. Yeah, typical. It's always good when things like that work out.
There you are! You're dead! You're going to pay! Going to kill you!
Grab this. Take my pyramid. Sorry. Take my pyramid. Take anything you like, precious. Golem, golem, golem. Hey, Zareth. Welcome to you. Well, the USA put them in Las Vegas. The pyramids, yeah. Harbinger, you're going to cheese the Falakis with smoke bombs again? Because you will. Oh, absolutely, Harbinger, yeah. That's how I like to deal with those enemies. So I'm playing this on the PlayStation 5. The Xbox version, whenever I would stream it, has a static audio issue that comes through on the stream. So this is one of the games that I decided to go with for the PS version instead for future playthroughs based on that aspect alone. Do you like how in Origins you don't have to buy materials? If you just explore the world, you will get enough for all upgrades. In Odyssey and Valhalla, you are forced to use real money on them. Yeah. I mean, it's that whole thing, right? It's the idea of you can either earn it or spend real money to get it straight away. If you want to earn it, though, we're going to make sure that you have to spend 5,000 hours to do it, because we want you to buy it instead to get it straight away. You know, it's that kind of like trick. That can be very, you know, deceptive and underhanded as well. But it's just blatant. Like, anything that potentially Ubisoft sees as a way to make money, they'll jump on board relatively straight away without really researching it fully, you know. Okay, so this quest is the Hideaway quest. Don't have that there, but let's go to it. And so, I think it would be pretty cool, in your opinion, to have an AC game with these RPG game style, but with classic games control scheme. Yeah, I mean, we already get that in a little bit of a way with Syndicate, but not to the same extent, though.
Answer me, Chenzira!
Fenuku, it is dangerous here. Get on home.
Bayek, you're back?
Where is Chenzira?
He wanted to see the skulls in the hyena den, but the hyenas came back. I ran this way. Chenzira ran over by the tomb.
You are lucky the hyenas didn't chase you. Go back to the village. I will find your brother. What?
Do I have to tell my parents?
Chenzira got you into this. He will have to talk to them. Now go ahead.
Hideaway. Chased by hyenas, young Chenzira cannot be found. Fenuku, a young boy, is worried. His older brother Chenzira has disappeared after hyenas chased him toward the Mountain of the Dead. Too afraid to go back home without his brother, Fenuku asks Bayek to help. Harbinger, and honestly, it's not that bad until the final ship upgrades. In Valhalla's Dawn of Ragnarok, you get the new ingots to upgrade the rarity of gear, but you don't get enough titanium to upgrade the stats for even one set. Yeah, it's just like, come on, Ubisoft.
Chenzira! Stay there! I'm coming to get you!
Bayek, is that you? You've come back!
How did Chenzira get through here?
Come on, I know you can move it to the left, game. What the fuck are you doing to me?
Chenzira, are you all right?
I can't believe you are back.
You should not be in here.
I'm hiding from hyenas.
Fenuku told me about that. It is not enough to get yourself in trouble. Now you put your little brother in danger?
But it's with Khemu gone.
All right. I understand. Let's get you out of here.
Look at that! What is it?
I would like to know myself. Must be very old.
Someday, I'll learn to read what it says.
Which way did you get in?
That way. But that's where the hyenas are. Bayek, I want to tell you... well...
What is it, Chenzara?
It's my fault about Khemu. They asked where you were, and I didn't think it would hurt anybody if I told them.
Chenzara, don't feel bad. You had no way of knowing what they would do. Anyone would have done the same thing in your place.
I guess.
Poor guy. He thinks it's his fault that Khemu was killed because Madunamun and the other Order of the Ancient members kidnapped him and Bayek and asked him, and Chenzala was one of the people that were asked where to find Bayek and stuff. Thank you for the follow, Turliax.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. Keep close.
Hey Super Meat Hens, you'd expect Ubisoft to add a life timer so you have to wait 30 minutes before you can resume playing the game after you die or pay to skip the wait. Don't give them ideas, Super Meat Hens. They might actually do that.
Hyena! Chenzara, hide!
They're still here! Help me!
That's where it went.
It is safe now. You better get home.
Bayek, can I ask you something?
Go on.
Could I be a Magi like you one day?
Well, you can start by looking out for your brother and not taking him to dangerous places.
I promise!
Now get back home.
So something that they added in this game is if you finish a quest, if you keep track of the character who was in that quest, you can actually see where they end up going. And sometimes you can get new dialogue from them as well. Sometimes you can actually make time pass and the character you've marked will still be marked, but sometimes the game will automatically take that off. And you can only mark one thing at a time, so if there's multiple characters that go off in different directions, then you have to basically chance upon coming across them later on, wherever they might actually end up.
Chenzera, where were you?
In a tomb.
Were you scared?
Of hyenas? No.
What about scared of spirits in the tomb?
A little.
Chenzira, remember, no more causing trouble.
Me?
Tonight we're going to explore the...
Quiet.
It's like, shh. Yeah, he might super meat heads. Alright, so that's Bayek's home. I'm going to visit that eventually. But I'm going to do that before Bayek actually leaves.
What?
I'll kill you! Hey! I've got trouble here!
Hey! Not going anywhere!
Hey, wait!
You're out of options!
Aha! There!
Die! Die! I'll get the fire going! I'll get the fire going! There you are.
Target lined up!
Understood. Now, you honestly think Edward's robes is probably one of the only outfits, in your opinion, to look good on every assassin who can wear it? Yeah, I like the outfit design and the style of it and all that kind of stuff. It's a shame that in Syndicate, because they've programmed Jacob and Evie, of course, to automatically have their hoods off in every single fucking cutscene, even though you've put it up in gameplay, you can't get the full effect of Edward's outfit on Jacob unless you're actually in sneak mode and you're running around in sneak mode with it on. I mean, I wonder how difficult it would have been for them to just patch in the option, like in Origins, to actually have the hood on or off at all times. Congratulations, Arthuri, on getting the gift sub. Zereth, do you think he was wanting to get the fire going? I think he was. I think he was just cold and was hoping to get warm, but he got a lot more than he bargained for. We're in camp shit, yeah. Alright, now we've reached level 3. Let's actually have a look at our gear that we have. Alright, so the gear that I got from Uplay, we've got Hemet as the hunter bow. Okay, Harlequin or Shamshir. Critical hit rate, adrenaline regeneration. Critical hit rate, okay, so they're the same. 53 per second, 53 per second. I'll go with this. And shield, bird of prey or kush shield. Melee resistance, fire resistance, melee resistance, range resistance. Yeah, I'll go for this one. Alright, so we have 2 ability points now. Alright. Assassination XP. Assassinating an enemy grants you bonus XP. Definitely want to grab that. And we'll get Dawn and Dusk. Hold to sit, contemplate, and make time speed forward. Let's clear all this off. And let's see. I want to save as much materials as I can for upgrading the Hidden Blade when we get it. Striking the anvil. We've already got the mission item that this quest giver will want, so that'll be good. Understand, like you said once before, they could have just made it a thing where if you held sneak, it would unlock the hood. That's true, yeah. There's definitely ways that they could have implemented it. As such, if you have the PC version,
he has brought great sorrow to us all.
You have to install the mod for Jacob to always have the hood on.
The statue has been destroyed, but not the men behind it.
I don't know if there's one for Evie as well. Maybe there is.
Bayek! Our Magi, you're back.
What happened to your blacksmith shop?
Those naked-yaded soldiers. Ptolemy's captain saw me making a sword and accused me of being a rebel.
He was not wrong.
They confiscated my tools.
Ah, bastards. All of Siwa needs a blacksmith. Even me.
I cannot help you, Bayek. Not until I get my hammer and tongs back. And I have to get that ugly-ass Apap captain off my ass.
Is this captain with the tools somewhere I can find him?
At the foot of the hills west of here. Camp Shetje.
Camp Shetje? I think I have already solved your problem, Benipe. And I didn't even know it. Here are your tools. That captain won't ever come back here.
At last, I can reopen my shop. Many thanks.
My pleasure.
I found these weapons I had hidden from the soldiers. Please, choose one for yourself. Go ahead, choose one. They're all of equal value.
Alright, so this quest, striking the anvil. Soldiers have confiscated the tools of Benepe, the village blacksmith, forcing him to close his shop. Bayek's friend Benepe could be useful in helping Bayek improve his weaponry. However, a garrison commander ordered all his tools confiscated, effectively closing his shop.
The shield is made with bronze and leather. Good protection. Some weapons bounce right off it. It is not large, but that mace can crack a skull with the best of them. That bow uses a special twine. It does not strike deep, but you can shoot very quickly.
Thank you, my friend.
Come by my shop anytime, Bayek.
Hoo-hoo! Almost got to level 4. Just one tiny little part.
Is that Bayek the Medjay?
So no, there's a glitch to have the hood on out of stealth, but once you sneak again, you need to redo the glitch, do you? Ah, I gotcha. In all honesty, I think that they just didn't want to have to do the work to have the hood on in cutscenes. I think that's the crux of the issue. Ubisoft Quebec were like, assassins don't need their hoods. Just like Mario doesn't need his, cap. And yes, I know Mario doesn't always wear his cap, but when people think Mario, they first think generally of him wearing his hat. Like Sully without a mustache. You just don't do these things. Alright, now we reach level 4. Alright, firebomb, I'll get that, because I'm really wanting the smoke screen. Firebomb, throw this bomb to set your enemies ablaze. Zereth, it's a me, Bayek, of Siwa. Select your player. Welcome to Bayek Cart.
Heresy is a shit. Shitty?
Here if we're innocent.
Idiot! Game on G!
Hey there, Carbon. Good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. Zereth, the life called house. That's true. If you want to get your health replenished, just stand in there for a few moments.
This area is off limits.
Zereth, I've never seen some people before. There he is. That's the one. We found Gavin. And it doesn't make sense. You mean you're no programmer, but surely the real time...
The stone circle. I brought Khemu here not so long ago.
I'll be visiting that soon too. It doesn't make sense. You mean you're no programmer, but surely the real-time cutscenes would take the hood into account as well as the outfit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of that and the decision-making process, but if in the other games before it they could have the hood on, then, you know, don't know what's stopping them from doing the same in Syndicate. Aside from simply just not wanting to and refusing to do something like that.
Are you gonna tell Mama and Papa?
Bayek says you have to.
Oh, sure. I'll tell him for sure.
They're like, we better not disobey what Bayek said. In a previous playthrough, I went through the main game, and after every single quest, I went to see if the characters in that quest had any new dialogue and stuff. I won't be doing that for this playthrough, though. And I don't know yet if I'll be doing the same treatment for the DLC or not. Because in that particular playthrough, when I did it for the main story, I said that I would do it in the future with the DLC to cover those bases as well. But I don't know if I'll make it this playthrough, though, because I'd like to get these annual series playthroughs done in a shorter amount of time, and going to that extent adds more time onto it, so I'll leave that for a point in time where I don't have a personal deadline I've added.
Best not to draw attention here.
Hey! Time is up! Die!
the way that the birds work in Origins and Odyssey, I still feel like there's things that they did with Valhalla's version that they didn't need to, that just don't feel as intuitive as well. Like, for example, if I wanted to mark where the treasure is, in this game, when you go into this mode, you have that little indicator to tell you which direction a certain thing is. If it's like an objective that has a yellow one, you know that that's directing you to it also. But in Odyssey and this game, when you actually pinpoint something like this, it actually pinpoints it accurately, directly, and so then you can mark it. What Valhalla does, though, is it creates a sphere or a shape around it, but doesn't tell you specifically exactly where in that it's actually located. So little things like that can definitely go a long way in games. So that's why I prefer the bird system in this game and Odyssey.
Give me an excuse to cut you up! Any excuse!
There we go, that was Andreas voicing that character. Anasune, if they did allow hoods in cutscenes, you think you would make sure to kill targets while wearing the hood? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting though, because I think one of the reasons why they wanted to not have hoods is because there were some fans who for some reason didn't like assassins wearing hoods. And I mean, I don't know, it's very tricky with stuff like that, because if the game is having you play as a character that is supposed to have a hood on, for example, if you don't like characters who have hoods on in games,
you're dead.
In general, then I can understand playing Assassin's Creed and going, I wish my character didn't have the hood on. But at the same time, it's kind of like, why are you bothering with the game anyway that doesn't have what you like in it? Like, for example, if I don't like a certain gameplay mechanic, i.e. stealth, and there's a stealth game, like, I'm just not going to play it, for example. So I don't understand this concept of making changes like that to cater to people that don't like those kinds of things, when it should be a case of not every franchise is going to be something that everyone wants to play. I know that companies want every player to play every franchise because that means more money for them. But if I'm not a fan of puzzle games, then, you know, I don't play puzzle games. I don't look at a series that isn't a puzzle game and say, hey, you must make it a puzzle game for me. But at the same time, having a game where you can choose to put the hood on or off is good. And it's an option. So it's saying to people, if you don't like characters with hoods, we've got you covered. Do you like characters with hoods? We've got you covered. Not, you don't like characters with hoods? We've got you covered. You like characters with hoods? Fuck you. Is essentially kind of, you know, what it's like. Instead of keeping it as an option, at least, for the player to decide. Again, I like to use this analogy. If I'm selling ice cream, and I'm selling vanilla and chocolate flavor, but the majority of my customers only like vanilla, I'm not going to stop selling chocolate just because the majority don't like chocolate. I'm still going to sell chocolate because the people who don't like chocolate can just buy vanilla, and those people who do like chocolate can buy chocolate. I'm not going to say to the customers who like chocolate, fuck you, because there's only a small percentage of you that like chocolate flavored ice cream. You know what I mean? So that's just how I think about certain things in games as well, where it's like, having the option, what does it hurt if it's optional?
Hot! Stay there!
Decision, Gareth.
Indeed, Gareth. Understand, eh? You wish you'd made it a choice in Syndicate instead of going, oh, some people don't like this, okay, then let's just get rid of this, fuck everyone else. Yeah, you know, have options, make it optional. I mean, we're well past the point where games, you know, couldn't provide so many options, but we're at a point now where the options that you can put into games should be quite large in terms of scope of what you can actually change. Alright, I keep coming back to the home there, but I will eventually because I want to go there. But let's sort out these other side quests first. Alright, so if we go... Where is it? Is it here, I think? There's another one. Let's see how many I can get in this playthrough. Hey there, Wong. Welcome on in. You wonder if the cutscenes could have been rendered in game, so the choice to have the hood would be reflected in the cutscenes. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, I'm not really sure the actual like specifics of what they did, but surely there's like a way to do it. Hey there, Gamer Loop. I'm going really good, thank you. How about you?
Rabia!
Bayek! It does my heart good to have you again in Siwa.
You nursed Senu back to health. I never expected to see her again.
She is a tough old bird.
Like you, eh?
Bayek.
Epsifa tells me you are healing the villagers as best you can. It would give me much pleasure to help you.
That is kind of you. May Yakar be blessed. I can always use help. The soldiers are brutes. Almost every villager has cuts, bruises, broken bones. To help them, I put together a makeshift perang in the old ruined temple. Friends bring me medicine from Yamu, but now the soldiers stop everyone entering the village and steal their goods. So, we tried to bring medicine on a boat instead.
And the soldiers stopped that also?
They sank the last shipment. The medicine jars are scattered across the bottom of the lake.
I will get them for you.
Thank you, Bayek. Bring it to the old temple. I must go there now.
Medicine could be anywhere in this lake. Senu can help me.
The healer, Bayek's dear friend Rabia, needs help retrieving medicine for her makeshift hospital. Rabia works as a healer to the villagers, treating them for the abuses suffered by Ptolemy's oppressive agents. Some of her medicines have been prevented from entering Siwa. Bayek must help recover them.
Rabia is waiting for these jars.
It's great they allow you to fast travel even when you're underwater.
Ah, Bayek. Amun be praised.
What has happened? Why aren't the patients in the temple ruins?
The soldiers threw us out. Even though I paid the Nomarch to allow me to use the temple, every few weeks soldiers come to take our medicine and food stocks. Always the same soldiers. They call it a tribute. A tax for the Pharaoh's royal army. We barely have what's needed to take care of the poor souls that need our help.
Vultures. Don't worry, Rabia. I will make certain they don't bother you anymore.
Be careful, Bayek.
It's hardly worth raiding this camp.
I should be cautious around here.
The usual. Some medicine, a few coins.
I've been piecing peace soup.
Ire, Tiogef.
Cielo. I've been piecing pea soup.
I've been pissing pea soup. I love how that just dialogue just keeps repeating and repeating and repeating.
Hey!
I don't have to do this stealthily, by the way. There's no challenge requirement or anything, but
Feel that? We are watched.
if I kill as many as I can in stealth, we get extra XP because of the skill I unlock.
Hey now!
Hey now, hey now.
Simba ow. What?
I understand a challenge, or at least sort of challenge for games with difficulties you just thought of. So you choose a milestone, whether it's every X amount of levels, every major target you kill, or whatever. And every time you reach said milestone, you'd increase to the next difficulty. Well, that's something that would be a good idea, especially too if you're playing a game that allows you to switch the difficulties mid-game as well. I guess you'd have to sort of like look at how many different difficulty levels there are and determine based on that how long the game is and what things you want to actually register as the milestones to make it spread out a bit. Like if there were, 10 levels in a game, you could do a challenge, for example, where after you do the first 5, you go from playing on easy to playing on like the ultimate difficulty or something. Why did the two pirates get divorced? They got into an argument. Argument.
Hey!
Hey, you. Over here. Yahoo. Sorry, you're quite a few centuries before
What?
that kind of thing.
That's odd.
That's odd. Proceeds to walk the other way.
It's hardly worth raiding this camp.
For a while, haven't you?
He's been pissing pea soup.
What the?
Hang on.
Where did...
There we go. All taken care of. Mr. Goethe, where did the ancient Egyptians place their pizza order? Pizza tut. Instead of cardboard boxes, they just wrap them. I understand. Currently you're doing the opposite, so then it's kind of like the character is going from someone who can barely defend themselves to an expert at combat over time. It's very interesting taking that kind of approach because it just makes you think about aspects of the game in a very different way than what the game might, by design or by options, allow you to actually do. And that was the thing that I found interesting about Assassin's Creed Syndicate, is there's so many different kinds of challenges you can think of to do with that game. For example, you can do a challenge where there's specific rules that Evie has to follow, that Jacob has to follow, that are different to Evie, but also ones that both of them have to follow as well, for example. And you can do like a mix of things. Like you can do a challenge where Jacob can't get any of the combat skills, and Evie can't get any of the stealth skills as a challenge too. You could do that, for example. Or you could do an overall challenge, of course, where you can only use combat skills for both characters or whatnot. There's like a lot of variety of different things you can do and come up with. Afro, what this game does very well is the world building. Every area connects and merges quite beautifully. It doesn't feel out of place. Going to areas takes actual time. Yeah, and I mean, I think they're pretty fair with the viewpoints for fast travel as well, for players who don't necessarily want to go exploring all the time as well. Hey there, Matthew. Hope it's going well.
Bayek! Did you succeed?
The temple is yours now. Those soldiers won't bother you again.
All my patience, thank you.
Ah, I almost forgot to give you your medicines from the sunken boat.
In all the excitement, I forgot about them myself.
The Oasis of Siwa is lucky to have you, Rabia.
Promise me you will not become consumed with your vengeance, Bayek.
I think of nothing else. By the grace of Amun, one day I will be free of it.
Oh yeah, Anasuna, that's okay. I was saying that it's cool with games where you can kind of come up with ways to make the game more difficult that aren't necessarily automatically there by design, but you can actually create that sort of situation yourself with your own parameters. Like I'm doing with this game for this playthrough, where there's no actual full sync, but like the games in the series that do actually have it, I wanted to do a playthrough with this game where I came up with things to follow myself. Obviously there's no way for the game to give me feedback on whether or not I've succeeded, except for the way in which it works by default, letting the player know when they've been discovered, etc. like that. But there's not like a message on the screen that will come up saying optional objective failed, all that kind of stuff. So I'm basically taking the game and what it offers, but categorizing it in a way that the other games used to with the optional objectives.
Is anyone there?
Alright, so we're not ready to do that part yet. Which is there. Let's go out this way. Oh no, that's the Bike's Promise one, which I want to do eventually, but not yet. Okay, let's go to the blacksmith. Afro, do you like the bird system instead of eagle vision? Overall, I would prefer eagle vision. Especially moving forward as well, because I think we've had enough of this mechanic. We, as in, like, those who have had enough. Like, obviously not everyone on the planet who plays these games has had enough of that. But the ones who do, we collectively who have had enough of it, I'd prefer it not to be in it. And Mirage is going to have...
See what's not like it was. Is that who I think it is?
Our Medjay has returned.
Bayek is back in Siwa.
It's going to have traditional eagle vision and the vision of the eagle as well. So much for going back to the roots of the series with Mirage. Because no game in the series before Origins had that as a mechanic. So it's kind of like, you're not going to the roots of the series really then, are you? If you're going to say that you're going to go to the roots of a series, you need to be sure that every aspect that was in the original series, you're going back to that. Not to say you have to make it less advanced than what it became, but I mean to say, if you're going to say you're going back to the roots, don't exclude or add an element that actually doesn't go with that. So I think it's pointless to have Basim have both as well. Unless the using the bird has less advantages than using the eagle vision does.
Bayek, you need anything? You find such interesting things, Bayek.
Here?
Anytime I can help, I'm here.
Happy Nick.
I understand it's fun to create challenges for yourself, whether to make it harder for yourself or purely for roleplay reasons. That's true, you know, it gives you a fresh way to play something as well. Like, when I play these games, for example, and this goes for any other game too that I replay, I don't like to replay a game every single time the exact same way or doing the exact same stuff. Like, I don't want to just play through a game and get everything to completion every single time I play it. Only sometimes. Because it helps make things fresh so that when I do multiple playthroughs, there's something else new or fresh that I can enjoy about the experience. Afro, how about the mini-map? Yeah, I actually like the mini-map, because I'm one of those players that generally prefers the mini-map. I mean, this system isn't that bad either, but if you told me I could either have one or the other, I'd go with the mini-map. The bird is quite literally just a gimmick. It's most apparent in Valhalla because the vision pulse just works like traditional eagle vision. It's just for a very short duration. That's true, yeah. But I'm not entirely against that system, but I feel that it shouldn't be in any more games in the series moving forward. I understand. You agree with Unity, for example, one playthrough you might do it in stealth and the next you might do it for pure combat. Exactly. Where challenges can get even harder is when you're trying to do a challenge and the game just was never intended to even have that as like a possible approach to do it. It'd be like playing the original Super Mario Brothers game and trying to do a full stealth playthrough where none of the enemies know you're there, you know? The game's not exactly designed for stealth in mind. It'd be like playing Street Fighter and trying to do a stealth challenge with it. You're not going to be able to. You know, there's just certain things that can't be done.
The Amanai Cave. I used to come here as kids. Bandits must be inside.
Water rats. Bandits have taken over an important spring and are extorting the farmers who need fresh water. Bayek learns that bandits taking advantage of the misrule in Siwa have claimed the freshwater spring in Amanai Cave and demand high prices from the surrounding farmers. Anasuna, you like doing a pacifist challenge in Mortal Kombat? Well, like doing that, yeah, exactly, you know.
Dear Amun, help me.
I mean, obviously you can make challenges in a game like that your own way.
Is that you?
Like, you could make it that you can only use light attacks throughout the whole match, meaning you have to be good at, like, dodging the enemy's movements and moves.
Damn vultures.
Got you!
You shit!
And now!
Die, maggot! Brother, this way! You're going to pay!
That's it.
Afro, same. Use the minimap like a map. Like, you can't memorize City Street that quickly. Not everyone looking at enemy positions. You can never figure out the parry timing in this game. It's so unintuitive. Yeah, they kind of wanted to make you think more about your distance between where you are standing in any given fight situation and where the enemy is. And judging that can be a bit of a pain sometimes.
The spring, you got it back. Thank the gods. The farmers need this desperately. I'm very grateful, Bayek. It's like having our Medjay back again.
I'm glad I could help.
May Amun walk with you, Seni.
Thanks, Seni. For those wondering, Seni means friend. Understand, one challenge you thought of doing in Origins, you still need to do testing to see if it's possible, is single dodges only. So you mean, like, you can't do that? So if you're fighting, you can only go boom? Is that what you mean, or...? Alright, so we now have reached level 6. So let's see, any weapons I've got that are level 6? That's level 5. But I won't worry about changing that. It's level 4, but it's a reduction in quality. Alright, 2 ability points. Smokescreen. After merely attacking or dodging to drop this powder, it stuns nearby enemies and creates a smokescreen. Smokescreens can break line of sight. And then this one is... no, this one. This is what I want to get next. Smokescreen damage. So I'll hold off on spending that other skill point until I get that one. Until I get another one. Right, quests, family reunion, find and rescue Teromun and the farmers. A man named Teromun is being held prisoner with others for the crime of protest. A letter from a C1 woman explains that her husband Teromun and a group of local farmers have been arrested for protesting onerous tax increases. She asks for her husband to be freed along with all the other farmers. Anasune, yeah, no rolls, just tapping dodge once. Yeah, I mean, I think with that challenge, like maybe what difficulty setting you put it on would also like complement that. So, for example, if you put it on nightmare difficulty, then having like only being able to do one dodge in combat would make you have to think, okay, I really need to use it when I need to use it, kind of thing. But maybe nightmare mode is too difficult. Maybe hard mode for something like that. But then in a game like this too, you've got what level you are, which affects stuff, how much damage you can do, how much damage your weapons, do, and all that kind of stuff. After they even took away manual running from you in this game. The first time you played this, you just couldn't figure out how to run, and they made climb button alt. Like, what? Why? Yeah, I mean, making the character walk faster, light run, and full run, making it determined by how much you push on the control stick. Like for some players that might not feel intuitive, but actually holding down a button to do that might. They've definitely sort of like messed around with some of that stuff too, especially if you look at Valhalla. When it comes to like the stamina and sprinting, like I just feel like stamina for the main character in an AC game is just like blah. It's not necessary. I understand, but one dodge only, you basically just mean you only get a tiny dodge to get away from heavy attacks, not one dodge per encounter. Oh, I see what you mean, Anasune, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were meaning one or the other. Afro, well, you play on PC, so it's just all running, run or stop. That's fair enough.
I should not be seen in this area.
Do not!
Quickly, go! Where is Teramun? Ah, dear Amun. He has died from his wounds. His family will want to bury him properly. Whoa.
I love using the follow road, especially if I want to take a drink or something and not have to worry about controlling the character for a while. When it comes to like advanced parkour climbing stuff, I think for players who don't really care for that stuff, and even people who might have difficulty in games like Assassin's Creed in holding the required buttons down or whatnot for long experience, for certain amounts of time, it'd be cool to have a follow road system except for climbing stuff. He didn't get the high precision Gara out, but I'm going to complete it for that character. Yeah, have a system where if the player wants to and they climb, like let's say the character has to climb a really tall thing, you could have it that it would highlight a certain path that the game would actually automatically make the character follow.
I bring sad news. Where is Issa?
She lies here, with her son and daughter.
The entire family.
Sadly, I see Terramoon also paid the price for his recklessness. I warned him that his rebelliousness would bring torment and suffering.
But what happened?
They saw the soldiers coming and hid in the cellar. But the soldiers burnt the house to the ground to teach everyone a lesson.
I'm sorry.
Put the body down there. They will journey to the Duat together. So many deaths in the Wahat. We cannot give them a proper burial.
Wahat.
It is not your rebelliousness that got you killed, Seni. It is Ptolemy's sick regime. He is a bad pharaoh.
And here.
Anasune, you're going to go back to your game. I'll see you when I catch you again. That's no trouble at all, Anasune. I'm going to do a long stream of this, so if I see you when I'm still streaming, I'll see you then. But if not, I'll catch you next time. I hope you have a great one.
Hey!
Bandits.
Not have come here. That...
Hey!
Got you! Hey!
Hey, what?
You are mine! I have the bastard!
Bandits. How dare they come to this sacred place? If I had not brought Khamu here, would things have been different?
Can't blame yourself for that, Bayek. You had no idea what was coming up ahead. You were just, you know, teaching your son how to hunt and everything. Wanted to teach him how to do the leap of faith. That's the thing about what happened to Khamu as well, is that the whole situation was fucked up. Like, Bayek was trying to stab one of the Order of the Ancient members, and because he was obviously putting all his strength into trying to break through the struggling that he was doing against the enemy let go, and the momentum from Bayek kept going, and unfortunately the knife went into Khamu's chest and killing him. So even though Bayek, I feel, is blameless, he still blames himself, of course, and has that guilt about it. After you never really cared about Khemu, you mean the stargazing was pretty good, but if hadn't gone out of your way to do them, you wouldn't even get that interaction. Yeah, that's the thing about optional stuff in games, is that not everyone's going to explore, which is fair enough as well. They're one of my favorite things as well too in this game, those stargazing moments. I like how we get more insight into the stories and conversations that Bayek and Khemu would actually have when he was still alive. One of my favorites too is the reference to Conan the Barbarian that's in it with the dialogue. Alright, so it's time to take on the false oracle. Bayek is determined to kill Madunamun, the false oracle with surprising strength who is fiercely protected. Bayek has returned to Siwa to exact revenge on a powerful priest named Madunamun. In order to match the strength of this priest, Bayek must first improve his abilities. The Ibis, Madunamun. Most of the men Bayek are after are as yet nameless, but he has discovered the name of Madunamun. Installed as Oracle of Siwa by Ptolemy, Madunamun oversees the Temple of Amun. His true interest, however, appears to be the vault beneath the temple. He brutalizes the villagers in an effort to learn the vault's secrets. Afro, even Aya at most times doesn't care about avenging Khamu. It's either love making or glory with her. My queen needs me. Well, as the mother of Khemu, I think there's an aspect that can be easily forgotten as well. Which is not to say that Bayek's own feelings about it are irrelevant or not important, but Aya was actually the one who carried Khemu in her womb for those 9 months. And I don't know what it's like to be pregnant, obviously, from first-hand experience, but any woman who has been pregnant probably understands what it's like to carry that, child in your womb for that long, and, the feelings that you have and the memories that you have of that. Every time that the baby would kick, and things like that. So I think for Aya, it goes much deeper, the loss of Khemu, and she directs the anger and hatred that she feels about that towards the people who are responsible for it. And through Cleopatra, mistaken, of course, because she doesn't realize until later the true scope of Cleopatra's actual ambition, but she sees Cleopatra as a great way to enact revenge upon those and people like those who actually were responsible for Khemu's death as well. And the other side of things is too, we don't play as Aya for the whole game. So I'm sure if we did play as Aya for the whole game, then maybe they would address more stuff like that as well as things went on. But I'd probably say it's unfair to think that Aya doesn't want vengeance or doesn't seem to constantly be talking about avenging Khemu as well. But she does say a lot of dialogue, related to that kind of stuff. She wants to make sure that no other mother experiences what she had to experience in losing Khemu as well. And I guess too, like when it comes to tragedy, not everyone who experiences tragedy is going to talk constantly every day to people about it. There might be some days where they're still feeling that emotion and that, but they're not, expressing it to people every day of their life about, the losses that they've suffered as well. Alright, so I've got to be careful here because there's actually a quest giver. And there's a quest here as well.
let me out. My family needs me. What do you want me to tell you? I know nothing. Please, let me out. My family needs me.
When I find you, I'm going to rip your eyes out.
Let me at least talk to my wife. What do you want me to tell you? I know nothing. Let me at least talk to my wife. Please, let me out.
Afro, which was the first underground vault you found? No idea, to be honest. In this game, yeah. Afro, did you play all the messages? The first one you found was the one out in the desert. I did, yeah. I've done that in a few playthroughs over the years. Not every playthrough, though, since 2017, but yeah, I've been playing the games at least once a year since 2017.
Hey!
There we go, now it pops up for that quest. Alright. Prisoners in the temple. Bayek hears the shouts of imprisoned priests and investigates. Bayek discovers that priests are being held against their will inside the temple of Amun. Alright, because I'm actually focused on this side quest, the main quest that's here, related to assassinating Madunamun, the optional objectives that I've come up with to do for that, one of them is do not get detected. But since I'm actively focusing on this side quest, if I get detected, then it doesn't count as a fail because I'm not actually focused on that main quest, and only the main quests have the optional objectives that I've sorted out. This is where Khemu dies.
Please, let me out. My family needs me. Bayek? Is that you? Get me out of here! Thanks be to Amun you came along, Bayek.
Hide right here. When you are certain no one's around, get away from the temple.
There's someone there! Damn you all!
I'm coming for you.
Hey, what? Hey!
I'll kill you!
Lighting the brazier!
Damn it, we must catch
There you are!
Hey, hold on!
There!
Where are you climbing off to? Get him! You cannot lock us up like this.
Be my guest.
Who are you? Just me? There's something not
By Amun! Is someone there? Damn you all!
Khema, Hotepet!
Are you alright?
Bruised and beaten, but I can move.
Stay hidden until you can slip out of the temple.
The gods will not forgive you. Bayek! Is that real? Thank the gods. We must stop this madness.
Hide here until you can get out without being seen. By the grace of Amun. That's all of them.
Cool. Reach level 7. Now let's grab that upgrade so we can get the smokescreen damage. Enemies caught in the smokescreen will take damage and be knocked to the ground. I love using that. Alrighty then, so now it's time to focus solely on the main quest of killing Madunamun. Alright, so at any time during the playthrough, if people want to know the rules of the playthrough, that's them there. And if you ever want to know what the current objective is, sometimes I'll put it in myself, but I've also put a command there so that people who are curious can use that command, and then I'll know to respond with a command that I have for that particular main mission. So for example, this mission right here, I've got a command Oracle. Main quest, the false Oracle. Optional objectives that I've come up with do not get detected. So I have to do this now without being detected. If I do get detected, the only way I can punish myself in this playthrough is to choose to reload the quest objective. As soon as I know that I've messed up, then I'll reload the quest objective. But I still have to count that as how many times I might have failed, quote unquote failed, to achieve that. So at the moment, it's 0. The current amount of quest objective reloads due to not achieving quote unquote full sync, because there's no full sync in this game. I'm just using that to refer to how the games used to be with the synchronization, and if you were to do all the optional objectives in those games, you would get what they call full synchronization. So that's the current count at the moment. So whenever I mess up, I do reload quest objective, and then I add an extra one to the count of how many times that's happened. Now it's not only for actually getting to the target, but it's also before I kill them, during the kill, and then afterwards. Have to not be detected.
You have returned.
To right your wrong.
I die my work unfinished. So close, so very close to ushering in the perpetual rule of the strong and virtuous.
Virtue!
The world will give us the power of the gods. What is one boy?
What is one boy?
Papa?
So close. Hey, one more.
Okay.
Hey.
Well, I can try. This way, I'll get 2.
Sure.
Well,
Up. Strong. Ready?
yes. Oh, you made me miss. You.
Khemu, come here. I found a hyena cave.
A real one?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You're gonna love it. There's like 16 hyenas, and they're so
16?
dark and scary.
Well, you know what? I'd rather go hunt with my papa.
You always get too scared.
Hey. Hey. Let's go on a real hunt. Huh?
All right.
Come.
What are we hunting?
The Oracle wants the pelt of an ibex stag for the ceremony.
You will stand next to the pharaoh, won't you, Bayek? You're the Magi.
When I'm Magi, I'll stand next to the pharaoh.
You'll never be Magi. You're too scared.
That's not true.
What about the hyena cave?
Shut up.
Enough, you two.
The sand is so hot on my feet.
Sometimes they light on fire. It makes you faster.
I want my feet to light on fire.
Here. No one keeps an effort.
It is up ahead.
Can I come?
Hey, your mother's waiting for you.
All right. See you at the ceremony, Khemu.
Bye, Chenzura.
The herd is around here. We don't want just any stag. We want the pack leader.
Which one is he?
Big, with giant horns. Quiet now. Do what I do. Hey, this is my favorite part. Stay low. They will spot us unless we become like Amun, the god of hiddenness.
Yes, Papa. We are the hidden ones.
Afro, do you all in Australia go, hey, I found a cave with the world's most poisonous snakes, let's go play there? There probably are some who do, but I was never one of those children, that's for sure. I wasn't like, hey. Having said that, though, there's probably so many times I could have been bitten by a spider that I wasn't, thankfully. Going under my grandmother's house, there was like a little gate that you could open to get in underneath it. And it was tall enough for me to not be able to stand up straight, but it was tall enough for me to bend over forward when I was actually moving through it. So I used to love exploring under there and seeing what there was. And maybe part of the reason why I did that is because I was playing Legend of Zelda at the time. We're talking like a 5 or 6 year old me here doing that kind of stuff.
Oh no, I scared them.
It's okay. More time for us to spend together. Enjoy the journey. Stay with me. We can do it together. Storm coming.
Senu, come to me.
Why are you calling Senu?
Chenzera told me I should steal his feathers, so that my weighing ceremony gets me to the field of reeds. Papa, he's running away.
Patience, my boy. We will get him.
Aw, game. Why'd you take that dialogue away? I want to get that dialogue, so I'm going to reload the quest objective. Doesn't count towards my challenge, of course. I'm doing this because I want to hear that dialogue.
Herd is around here. We don't want just any stag. We want the pack leader.
Which one is he?
Big, with giant horns. Quiet now. Do what I do. Hey, this is my favorite part. Stay low. They will spot us unless we become like Amun, the god of hiddenness.
Yes, Papa. We are the hidden ones. Senu! Senu! Come to me!
Why are you calling Senu?
Chenzero told me I should steal his feathers, so that my weighing ceremony gets me to the field of reeds.
Anubis weighs your heart against a feather. You cannot tamper with this weighing ceremony. It is sacred.
There we go. I love the way that they tied in things like that into the narrative. You know, Amun and Amunet are the god and goddess of hiddenness / stealth, all that kind of stuff. The hidden ones, servants of Amun and Amunet. That's what the assassins were called originally, the hidden ones. And you got the weighing ceremony, the feather, and Bayek and Aya take a feather out when they kill an enemy and use that feather. So that became a tradition that the assassins even held in Altair's time, centuries later, and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of really cool things that are tied into this as well. Thank you for the follow, Barbe Fafa.
Ha'amun, seti yerde.
See? My eyes and hand are in line with the arrow. That is the only way to shoot true.
I wish I could put 100 arrows on this bow.
Hit!
Did you hurt him?
A clean shot to the heart hardly hurts at all. Let us get that pelt. We will take this to the Oracle before it gets dark.
One day, I want to shoot an arrow through the sun.
You can. Your arrow will have to become Senu.
Imagine, all my arrows are Senus. Then I'll be able to hunt anything.
You said you'd like to see the Pharaoh up close.
Yeah.
What if you stand with me by his side?
Can I do that?
As my son and the future Magi, yes.
Papa, what is a Magi really?
The first Magi was a protector of the Pharaoh. But now, it means you must protect all the people of Egypt. Not just protect them, but work for their well-being.
Oh, Papa, I'm so excited to be Magi one day. You know all the secrets of Siwa. What if I never grow up to be a Magi?
Of course you will. You are my son.
But I get scared. I try to be brave, but sometimes it's hard.
Hold on. Let's go this way. When I was about your age, sometimes I got scared too. Your grandfather was a well-known Magi, and he wanted me to bring honor to the family when I succeeded him.
Yeah?
One day, he took me up this way. At the top, he said something to me. A single word. It changed me.
One word?
I got over my fear. I knew I could do anything I needed to.
What did he say?
I will tell you once we are there.
So Khemu, wants to follow in the footsteps of Bayek and become Magi one day, and wanted to know what it really was all about. And Bayek talking about, it used to just be, you were doing things for the Pharaoh only, but a wider view is you're doing it for the people. You're working for their well-being and their benefit, which is something that goes into the Assassin's Creed. It's one of the seeds that gets sown with that as well. And that's one of the other things I love about this story and this game is how they take those concepts that are in Assassin's Creed and they show a genesis of each element in different ways. And while each element, when it gets introduced, is not in its final form, it is an evolution of the Assassins and the Creed that we see throughout this game, but also the Hidden Ones DLC as well, which has a lot of really good, important stuff in it too as well, about what it means to become a Hidden One, what it means to do a leap of faith. And while it does look cool and all that, and you can make so many memes about, oh yeah, sure, there's haystacks down, symbolically within the series, it's meant to have that kind of like aspect to it, where it's very like ceremonial, but it's also very in line with the idea of the Assassins and the Hidden Ones basically putting aside all fear to leave their lives in the hands of fate. Therefore, making the leap of faith is about trusting fate that you will actually land in, and that the leap and your faith will be rewarded with success, After when they realized the ancient Egypt setting, they were so lazy because ancient Egypt was like the quantum mechanics physics of history. It's like the easy way out if you can't explain it, is it? Yeah, I don't really know all about that aspect of stuff. It seems too advanced for me, but I do like the setting of Egypt. I'm glad that they waited until this game to do it. They could have done it before now, of course, but I'm glad that they waited until games had gotten to the level that they did around 2017 and all that kind of stuff. Oh, when they released, I see. Not realized, release, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's referred to as ancient Egypt, but it's not actually ancient Egypt, because ancient Egypt is way before even this time period that Bayek and Aya and all them are living in. But people just call it ancient Egypt to put a umbrella term over the top of it so that it's shorthand, so people know that it's not like Egypt in recent times or even 500 years ago. It's, longer than that.
What word did your father say?
Jump. Don't think so long. Jump.
Yes, Papa.
Hey, trust me. You can.
I do. I will.
Jump then. Come back. You're not ready.
I can do it, Papa. I can.
Shut up, you filthy little shit.
Help! Help me! That's Shanzura.
I said shut up!
Run home to your mother. Chenzera will be fine. I will take care of it.
Medjay Bayek!
Go, now.
I'm scared. I don't want to go home alone.
Emu, just do what I say, please. Go!
Medjay Bayek!
I'm indeed Medjay here. Who summons me?
Sheath your weapon and follow me.
You said you only wanted to talk to him! Oh!
So Bayek, in telling Khemu to go, Khemu gets taken by the Order of the Ancients, and later on, when the Hidden Ones are actually established, and there's a child who gets rescued by Bayek and Aya, when the child says, I'm too scared to go home alone, Bayek, instead of, basically telling him to just go, actually takes him back home to make sure he gets there safely. And the reason he does that is because he recalls that moment we just saw now, when he told Khemu to just go home without him actually taking him there and protecting him. And that's why later on he makes that decision. So you can still tell that all those years later, because that takes place years and years after this event that we see now, it still weighs heavily on Bayek's mind, thinking, you know, what if I had actually taken Khemu home that day? But the thing about things like this is you can go around in circles blaming yourself for things like this, but ultimately there's always going to be external factors outside of your control, and even if he did take Khemu back home, these soldiers eventually would have gotten to Bayek, whether it would be by force or taking someone anyway, like Khemu or Chenzira or someone else close to Bayek to lure him in to do it, and that kind of stuff.
Come!
Who are you to give commands to me?
You piece of shit! We don't have time to piss away!
Zenu! Destroy! Get yourself killed, idiot! Let's finish this, Zenu! Sir.
Make a sound and you're dead.
What took you so long?
Didn't want to be seen, sir. Kept to the shadows.
We are pleased you have joined us, Medjay. It is of great importance that we gain access to the vault. The temple priests stubbornly refuse to assist us. You are perhaps reluctant out of loyalty to the Oracle. We have someone to help convince you otherwise.
Quiet! Sir, surprised to see me?
That's a glitch that never used to happen until they did all the updates to it. I remember in 2017 playing this game when it came out, and that never happened before. But it's also in the Xbox version as well, not just this PlayStation version.
See that no one comes in.
Camel, are you hurt?
Go ahead. Try it your way.
I'll leave my son out of this!
Your son has something to explain to you. Would the Ibis show him the orb? We believe we need this to enter the vault. This is a waste of time! The boy is frightened. It's all right.
Papo, they need you to tell them about the vault. They need to know how to use this.
As measure, you must have some clue or key or legend that explains its use. I don't know anything about this vault! Please leave my son out of this!
The Pharaoh has been aroused. He insists.
He will be discovered. Quickly!
Talk to your son. If the vault isn't open when we return, you'll never see him again.
Papo! I did what you said, but...
It's all right, son. No?
Papo, I can get it to you.
What? No! Khemu, don't!
They're going to hurt us.
Khemu, Khemu!
This foolish waste of time!
Khemu!
Out of time? Tell us!
I don't know.
We must go now.
I will cut the heart from the boy.
No, wait!
Wait!
He will never know the afterlife.
No, I will tell you! I will tell you!
He's stalling for time. What's this? Stop! This is madness! The snake takes that as your answer.
No! Help!
They'll all pay for that with their lives.
Shut up!
We thought you were dead. You could not even save your own son. You are no one. Bayek of nothing. Father to nobody!
And here is your nobody! May the Hidden One greet you. The Lord of the Duat awaits.
Well deserved.
Well done, my friend. Our hero returns. You brought joy to Siwa.
I should get to Alexandria. I need to see Aya.
Don't be in too much of a hurry. Siwa will always need its Magi.
But you are the protector here now. I'm always pleased to help.
Come see me when you are certain you are ready to go. We will drink beers to our friendship, huh?
There we go. The Ibis, Madunamun, dead. The Ibis, Madunamun. Madunamun was installed as Oracle of Siwa by Ptolemy. He oversaw the Temple of Amun, but his true interest appeared to be the vault beneath the temple. He brutalized the villagers in an effort to learn the vault's secrets. Bayek killed him in a fury. Afro, how about you give me that fire sword already? It's like, that's too early to get that. Alright, something I want to work towards is getting the stealth kill streak. So, assassination loot. Oh, that needs 2, okay. Yeah, so I'll have to save up for that one. Automatically loot an enemy after assassinating them. Oracle's Relic, a distinctive orb with curious inscriptions. Piece of Eden. Okay, so before we actually go to the next quest... Alright, so just wanted to recap that quest that we just did, which was the False Oracle. The optional objectives that I came up with for that was do not get detected, which we satisfied. Now I'm going to have Bayek visit their old home, because there's a little kind of like audio flashback that Bayek has. And then I'll do that first stargazing. And then we'll be off to Alexandria.
Papa, you found it. Can I have it back?
Chemu's toy, a figurine of Horus. Bayek carved this for Chemu for his 6th birthday. Later in the game, Bayek will meet a character who has a son, and that son has a toy that his father wants him to give him, and basically it's like a mirror of Bayek and his own son, Chemu, as well. So that's one of the other reasons why I wanted to get this as part of the playthrough also. My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, Commander of the armies of the North, General of the Felix Legions, and loyal servant to the true Emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next. Thanks for redeeming that, Afro. That father to nobody line always reminds you of this. Yeah, there's definitely some similarities there. It's understandable to kind of think about that. That's for sure.
They will attack on sight here.
Hey, what?
It's so good to be able to finally stream this game from a console that doesn't cause static audio issues to happen on stream. I'm so glad that I was able to get a PS5 so that I could make this playthrough the first playthrough since 2017 where I streamed the game and didn't have that audio issue happen. The first time it happened was in 2018, but it never happened in 2017 when I streamed this. So it's been quite a few years until I've been able to stream this without that stupid friggin' audio issue happening on stream. After Russell Crowe was amazing in The Gladiator. He was, yeah. He did a great job with that. That's I haven't seen that movie for a long, long time, and came out 23 years ago now.
My son, you wanted the stars. The stone circles show the gods' places in the sky. Your grandfather once told me they also show our place in the world.
I'm going to find every stone circle, the Sphinx, and the pyramids too. And I'll find my place.
And you will have them.
So this is one of the stone circles. There's 12 in total. Bayek's promise. Bayek discovers one of Egypt's enigmatic stone circles and relives memories of a promise he made to his son. He sets out to visit all 12 of the circles dedicated to ancient gods and their constellations. His personal pilgrimage unexpectedly opens the way to a long-hidden secret in the heart of Egypt. So I'm absolutely doing this quest line. In fact, I don't think there's been a playthrough where I haven't done it. Even the first one I did, I think I also did it. I think there's only 2 of these in the main game that don't have more than one set of dialogue. So I'm not going to start solving the puzzle until both dialogues have actually happened. Or if it's one of those ones where there's only one, I'm going to wait until that happens before actually doing the puzzle.
Papa, why are there so many poor in Egypt? Yet those who don't belong here are rich.
Egypt has forgotten who she is. Many chose wealth over honor. In the end, they got neither. And lost justice as well.
But we are Magi. We will bring justice and honor back to Egypt.
Yes, my son. We have not forgotten who we are. We will endure no matter our origin. Amun, the king of gods, divided in 2 forms, as the great goddess of invisibility, Amunet, and master of the wind. He upholds justice, lord of the shadows and the silence. He comes at the voice of the poor. He hears the confessions of the humble, and forgives them.
Okay, so now it's time to go back to Hepzibah. Three hours and 13 minutes into the stream, and we're about to get the title to appear. May Amun walk beside you. Bayek is ready to continue his pursuit of the snake. Bayek is eager to reunite with Aya in Alexandria, where she has been researching the other men responsible for their son's death. After quite early, isn't it? Yeah, if you're Assassin's Creed Valhalla, this is quite early. I think it happens way later, or the funny thing is, I mean, you can do it in this game too, if you wanted to, but you'd have to stay in Siwa to do it, but in Valhalla, you can quite literally spend as much time as you want in Norway, and then just go around and spend hours clearing out the area and grinding for stuff, and still not get the title screen until like 20 hours into the game if you wanted to.
Are you ready? It is a long journey.
I must leave Siwa. There are others to whom I must deliver justice. Especially the one known as the Snake.
How will you find these men?
Aya has been tracking them in Alexandria. I must find her.
She said she would be visiting her cousin at the Great Library.
Great Library?
And she said if you are coming to tell you one word. Serapis.
Serapis? The god that Greeks and Egyptians share. Of course, I see.
And Bayek, do something about that beard.
Goodbye, my friend.
Oh shit! Layla, you need a refill on cyclosporin. Stat. Layla, wakey wakey! Don't make me come down there. Layla? Layla! Come on back. Layla, are you with me? Habibti.
I told you not to call me that.
Thing is, the fastest way to get your attention is to piss you off.
I'm paying attention.
Okay, you need to take a break. The Animus is rejecting you.
I'm fine.
Yes, but your kidneys aren't. Go add more cyclosporin before they shut down.
Yes, Nurse Geary.
That's Medical Officer Geary to you. So? How did it go?
My mods are holding. Subject's memories are perfectly clear. If this doesn't convince Abstergo to give me a place on the Animus Project, nothing will.
Amazing! Who do you have in there?
His name is Bayek of Siwa. The death of his son turned him into a killer.
Think you'd be of interest to Abstergo?
Don't start.
You know, they're not going to be happy with how he handled this assignment.
They know I don't work by the book.
Well, this time you lit the book on fire and then stomped on it. Anyway, none of this will matter if you're comatose. Now go get that cyclosporin.
31. Thank you for redeeming the random horror movie quote. I saw that pop up, so I've already found one. Why do you hate me, David? I know you do. You left home. You left me all alone with our sick mother. And I was just a kid. You made me lie. Every time she screamed your name, I told her you were coming to see her. Like you promised. But you never did. I know Mother hates you now. And she waits for you in hell. So that's a scene from the remake of Evil Dead, where Mia is possessed by the evil, turning her into a deadite, and she's basically taunting her brother, who actually did stay away, and she had to look after their mother while she was sick. And her mother was not just like, sick. She was also not able to tell reality from, imagination and hallucinations and all that kind of stuff. And that. So whenever you get possessed in the Evil Dead franchise, the entity that possesses you knows all the ins and outs of your life. So it knows what to use against someone else to taunt them with. So that's a moment from that movie, which came out 10 years ago, actually. That movie celebrates its 10th anniversary this year.
Got the cyclosporin.
2 cc should do it. Don't forget the alcohol wipe. I wish I was there to help.
You do a good job looking after me, even from the hotel. And I know how you like your aircon.
Something I just want to point out on Layla's laptop. So if we go to, what am I looking for? Let's have a look-see. I'm not going to read all this stuff in this playthrough. Here we go. Olivier Garneau. Alright, so in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, which came out in 2013, in the present day section, there's a character named Olivier Garneau, who is the head of Abstergo Entertainment. And in Watch Dogs 1, which came out a year after, in 2014, that character, Olivier Garneau, goes to Chicago, which is where Watch Dogs is set. And in Watch Dogs, there's these activities called convoys. Now, if you actually do all the convoy missions, the final one that you unlock is related to Olivier Garneau. Now, the thing about that is, when you do that mission in that game, the game only wants you to knock him out. It doesn't want you to kill him. If you kill him, then you get a fail on that mission, and so you have to try it again. So the game wants you to knock him out. This game came out in 2017 and actually confirms that Olivier Garneau actually got killed by Aiden Pearce, who is the main character in Watch Dogs 1. And here's his restaurant bill. And when you kill him, when you deal with him in Watch Dogs 1, he's actually been spotted at a restaurant. Olivier Garneau was alive and well in Chicago in 2014, even if its disappearance was reported way back in 2013. If his money trail is to be believed, he was dining alone in May 2014. Who on earth orders an extra country gravy? Quinkies. So Quinkies is actually a restaurant chain in the Watch Dogs games. I'll just leave that on screen for people who might want to pause just to see that or whatnot, what it actually says. Now this other document, Olivier Garneau, Chicago CCTV footage. So here's Aiden Pearce, there's Olivier Garneau, obviously being shot dead by Aiden Pearce. I'll admit, it's hard to know what's going on in this scene. From what I could tell from the CCTV footage, the plates matched Olivier Garneau's car rental, and it does look like him, but, well, that's not his best angle, to say the least. It's all speculation, of course, because the official version is that he never made it to Chicago, but I know otherwise. So, whenever I play Watch Dogs, and I do a playthrough where I also do all the convoys, what I do is I do the mission as it wants me to, i.e. knock him out, but then once the mission is finished, his body stays there, so I pull out my gun and kill him, just to make it match canon. Now, the other reason why I'm pointing that out is aside from just the fact that I like to do that when I play Watch Dogs, and I do that type of playthrough, I also want to point out this because someone at Ubisoft was interviewed, and I don't know what position they had, but it was one of the positions where they were the decision makers or something, and they said that as of now, present times, Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed exist in separate universes. But I'll never accept that, because for me they do. And there's multiple proofs within the games themselves that actually confirm this. So it's not just something that's done as an Easter egg. Even though there are Easter eggs in Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed, vice versa for the two, there are actual concrete connections that are actually canon. So whether or not Ubisoft considers them canon, I still do. So just wanted to show that and point that out. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. I hope things are going well. Origins is going great. Yeah, it's definitely going great. I'm doing a challenge where I came up with optional objectives of my own that I need to take care of in main quests. Not every single main quest has them, but the majority do. So it's going well so far. We just finished the first segment as Bayek, and now it switches to modern day automatically. You came in on this screen a second ago and you were like, is this the PS5 UI? It sure is. Yep, I'm able to actually stream this game for the first time since 2017 without that static fucking audio issue happening on the stream. So I'm so glad to be able to play a version of this game that doesn't have that. So I'm so glad that I eventually got a PS5 so I can enjoy this game. Because even though it never came through for me on the headphones, I got sick of the fact that people had to put up with it happening. So I'm glad that it doesn't happen now that I'm playing the PlayStation version.
Hell yeah! It's the Backstreet Boys. I mean NSYNC. I mean, what the hell is this crap? We wanted AC Origins, Rod. This is no fun. Joker, come help change his mind to play AC Origins, thank you.
I think Bane needs his sight checked. Hey there, Lidus. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well for you, dude. I'm going great, thanks. Things are going good. 31, you remember Olivier from AC Black Flag? That's right, yeah. Yeah, he's the CEO of Abstergo Entertainment. And it does mention that he's going to Chicago in that game. And in the computer files, you can find a document of Bloom, which is the company in Watch Dogs that is the main antagonizing company. You can actually see a document that they've sent to Abstergo to try and collaborate on something as well. Lies, they just want to create a paradox, Rod. That's what you believe, even with AC Origins. You feel like proof is an AC2. Oh yeah, the whole statue drama. Yeah. Zereth? Lucinda, you're getting withdrawal, trash withdrawal. That's right, Lucinda. Yeah, time has flown. That's right. It was the 25th, wasn't it?
Going back in. This is so badass.
Be careful.
Alright, title screen's about to appear 3 hours and 26 minutes into the stream. Imagine if a movie waited this long. Like if it was a 4-hour movie and they're like, hey, here's the title screen 3 hours in.
I must protect this great land. Alexandria is where the snake thrives, and Aya lives. I must find them both.
Alright, just want to wait for all these things to pop up. Curse of the Pharaohs is the DLC content. Hidden Ones is DLC content. I'll be doing those, but not yet. Trial of Anubis, not doing them for this playthrough, but there's something that is a constant thing that keeps happening. Secrets of the First Pyramid, I'll be doing that quest as well. I'm doing all the side quests as part of the playthrough. So I won't be going to Alexandria like straight away with the intention of doing the story. Because there are some side quests that are before we even get to Alexandria. Lidus, yeah, you felt like that girl killed Cleopatra, but you were like, damn it. And then you played AC Origins. You loved ancient Egypt. Yeah. Yeah, the statue of Amenet and how she was credited with assassinating Cleopatra. And Amenet is, of course, Aya in this game. She changes her name to that. To be the goddess of invisibility, which is what the goddess Amenet represented. And Amun represented the god of hiddenness.
Whoa.
That's why I like to refer to Bayek and Aya as the mother and father of the Creed as well. But yeah, it's a great setting. I just absolutely love this setting. I'm glad that they waited for this game to do it with. They could have accomplished it, and I think they could have done a good job earlier than 2017, but I'm glad that they actually waited until we were in that generation of gaming technology, I guess, and graphics to do it. Zereth, though you have Evie Fry to keep you company. Dame Evie Fry, to be exact.
Whoa.
Lucinda, yeah, it would seem that The Last of Us Part 1 Remake PC port is still very poorly optimized, so you're going to postpone your playthrough of it until later after they fixed it. Could be weeks or months. I don't blame you at all, Lucinda. At the same time, it does suck though, because I know that you would have been looking forward to actually playing the remake of it. Hopefully they do get things sorted for PC players to have a really great experience with it. So do you have any like backup games that you were thinking of, or you're still sort of like figuring that out?
Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. That wind will raise the suns.
It was so cool how they added mirages and hallucinations that you can have out in the desert. Lucinda, well, next week you're going to start a new format where you will have two main games, one for Monday and Tuesday and one for Thursday, Friday, then random or smaller games on a random other day. You'll be starting AC next week. You're thinking of doing a replay of Days Gone. Oh, that would be cool to do a replay of Days Gone, because I know that that game was one of the ones that you really sunk your teeth into a lot, so that would be cool for you to replay that one as well. And that's awesome too that you're going to be starting Assassin's Creed next week. Definitely be interesting to see what you think about it. And being a 2007 game, I can imagine you already have a bit of an idea of how things might go with it, which is definitely understandable. it's one of those games where, in some ways, it's like the old school Resident Evils, where if you grew up playing those games, it's very easy to go back to them and get back into the way that they control. Whereas if you're not used to that, it might be a bit unintuitive and stuff like that. But hoping the experience isn't too bad though. Like hopefully the PC version of Assassin's Creed 1 is enjoyable for you.
Home to my old friend Menehet. He will be in the temple. He always is. Whoa.
High position, Gareth.
Whoa.
Lucinda, yeah, expecting to have at least some control issues. You're going to try to power through. You want to be part of the AC club. Yeah, that's totally fair too, as well, Lucinda, you know. Because you think about games too back then, like The Witcher 1 is another one, and Uncharted. The games as they became is not 100% exactly like they, you know, started out.
Give me your aid! I order you! I have not seen my husband since yesterday. Help me find him!
You're desperate.
Medjay, help me, I will pay you!
What do you need?
Last night, my dear husband Claudius took a boat out to see the ruins across the lake. He has not returned. None of these brutes honor a wife's pain. I beg you!
I will seek him out.
Do be quick. I will await you here.
Hidden tax. A woman is begging passers-by to help search for her husband Claudius, who never returned from a trip across Lake Mariotis. A woman by the lakeside is begging passers-by to help search for her husband Claudius, who was last seen taking a boat towards the ruins on Lake Mariotis. Relu? So Claudius is the origin for one of the commands that I have on the channel. Zereth, you wonder if there was low precision first. There might have been. Low precision, Gareth. And then Gareth is like, no, we need high precision. And then once they achieved it, they were able to say, higher precision, Gareth.
Let me be!
And here is Claudius.
Did you? Crocodile can talk? Always something new from Why are you so angry? Oh gods. I think I'm going to...
Claudius!
Hey, you! Hello!
Stay where you are! Crocodiles are dead. Now to speak to Claudius and find out why he came out here.
Why did you kill them?
We had only just met.
Claudius, you are drunk.
Yes, that is me. And no, I am not. I had only 2 or 10 beers.
All right. Let's get you back to your wife.
I have a wife? Oh, Mother will be so pleased.
Let's get a look at him for a moment. He's got those lipstick marks on him. Zareth Gare. Listen, to fighting a crocodile in the water is probably a very hard thing to do. It absolutely is. I was actually surprised when the two were actually attacking me at once. You can get stun locked, where you can't actually get away. So I'm surprised that didn't happen there. But that came close, though. Zareth, hey look, to crocodiles. Spelling. That's right, yeah. Hey there, Striker, welcome on in. You've never seen a man jump in the water to fist fight a croc before. Oh, we do that all the time here in Australia. Just kidding.
Forgive me. What was your reason for going out there, Claudius?
I was going... I do not really remember. I came from Alexandria for the festival. And some kind of someone offered me to drink all night for free. Impossible to resist. What were we talking about?
How you got here?
Oh! Right, then I woke up here with those crocodili all around. Tell me, can they really speak?
Egypt is a land full of magic and ancient mystery.
Amazing. My friends in the city will never believe it. Did you say something about a wife?
Yes, yours.
See, I do not understand that. How could I have a wife? I am a virgin. At least I think I am.
I will hear no more on this subject. You can take it up with your wife.
But you do not understand. Every woman I've ever tried to...
Please, shut up.
I am sorry.
Please, shut up. I love how he says that.
This fresh wind off the river is good for me. I am feeling much more clear-headed now.
Splendid.
Hello there, Maxi. Welcome on in, dude. I'm going great. Going really, really well. Having a good time. How about you? You're very busy at work today, but working from home, so you have the stream on a tab. Oh, nice. That's awesome that you get to work from home today. Thank you so much for doing that as well. And yeah, it's going great. Yeah, started the playthrough. Still very early in the story, but it's probably going to take a few streams to get through the whole game. But doing streams Saturday through to Wednesdays every week will get me through the game before the end of May, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's going really well. Listen, you're also considering playing Daymare 1998, so not 100% sure on the game you're going to play yet. Oh, that's totally fair. Yeah, I know what that's like, trying to decide, and even like a day before you might decide different to what you might have decided the day before as well. Yeah, Lucinda, a married virgin. This is Claudius.
There you are, my dear. I was worried about you.
Oh, by Dionysus, I remember. I went to the island because of her. She got me drunk, married me, told me I owed her a virginity tax. Whose virginity?
You can go. This is between me and my husband.
No, don't go. They'll kill me.
Show him what happens when you try to cheat a woman.
Please, help me.
Forget him. He's just an idiot Greek. They have taken enough from our land. Yes, that is right. Taste your own blood.
Mercy! Mercy!
Your tax collectors never listened when we begged for mercy. Go on, hit him harder.
Why do you let them do this?
My brothers! You have slain my brothers! You were supposed to help me, not him!
Yeah. Praise and thanks. You saved my life. And my purse.
In future, be careful when drinking with strangers.
After that quest is finished, every time you go to speak to Claudius, he pretty much says the same thing, unfortunately. But there's other characters in the game, after you do their quest, you can come back every so often, and they'll have more things to say.
I will never drink again. I was so looking forward to surprising Mother with my new bride. Oh, my aching head. I was so looking forward to surprising Mother with my new bride. I will never drink again. Oh, my aching head.
And the woman whose brothers we killed, she is also still in the game world, and there's more dialogue that you can have with her if you find her again.
I was so looking forward to surprising Mother with my new bride.
Maxi, you got the Platinum Trophy for Yakuza Like a Dragon. What a flipping grind that was. From what I saw you play of the game, it definitely does seem like a game that has so much time investment needed to get everything. But congratulations on that, Maxi, to get all that done. Yeah, it is Lucinda. Yeah, it's one of my favourite side quests, actually. It's one of those side quests that has that bit of humour to it. You'll never drink again, huh? What's that you're drinking?
Oh, my aching head.
So if I make time pass, then the woman as part of that quest should turn up somewhere near here, I think.
I will never drink again.
Shemeni Nesu, Tanatem.
That's okay, Maxi. No worries at all, dude. I am, yeah. Finally. Finally I can stream this game again without the static audio issue ever happening. The last time I was able to actually stream this game without that issue happening on the Xbox was 2017 when the game first came out and I was streaming it. In 2018 the issue started happening on the Xbox where that would happen on the stream only. And I've put up with it for so many years, So it's good to finally play a version of the game and stream it where I don't have to worry about that anymore. Here she is. Here's the woman in that quest that we just did. Right, because we interacted with her when she was asleep, that dialogue didn't happen. Maxi, nice one, dude. You glad it fixed it, because that would annoy you as well to no end. Yeah, Maxi. Yeah, not having that issue on a PlayStation console. So if anyone wants to get into console streaming, don't bother streaming from your Xbox. Because this audio issue randomly happens. You could buy a new game and it happens and you didn't even know it was going to happen. You could buy a new game a year later, could start to happen. You wouldn't know. And even when it does happen, you don't know whether it's going to happen straight away, an hour into the stream, 6 or 7 or 10 hours into the stream. But sooner or later, it's going to go on the Xbox when you're streaming it. Maxi, are you going to plan to stream other games that had a similar issue? Recall other games had that issue? Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Going to do that for sure. And any new game that I buy now will be a PlayStation version of it. Even if the Xbox version is cheaper. Which has already happened. The remake of Resident Evil 4 cost me $114 Australian to get the deluxe edition. Whereas the Xbox version was like, I think $90, but it was well worth paying that extra money so that as a streamer, I didn't have to worry about that static audio issue potentially happening. Here's the thing, I could have spent that money on that version and it may never have happened, or it could have happened. But I'd rather be in the situation where I haven't spent that money, knowing that I'm spending more money but on a system that I know won't have that issue. Ah, here we go. So this is the lady that was part of that side quest we just finished.
And you? I had no wish to kill your brothers, but the three of you brought this on yourselves.
So there's a bit of an extra interaction you can have. So what I did in one playthrough once for the main game only, though, is after every single quest, I would keep track of where the character went to afterwards and interact with them, see if there's more dialogue. But I'm not going to do it with every single quest in this playthrough, of course. Just wanted to do it for that one, to showcase it. Yeah, Maxi. So, out of the game so far that I know what happens with, this is the first one out of that batch that I've gotten on the PlayStation. A Plague Tale Innocence was another. Assassin's Creed Valhalla was another. Hellblade it happens to as well. Plus a few other ones as well that I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah.
Idiot! Damn, Anju! هرسي الشد شديد.
Leven du genet. Seabden Pepiamet.
Setbine! Kiaset Herkef!
Clear the way, hurry! Move! Move!
Get out of the way.
Here!
Whoa.
Out of the way!
Whoa.
Yeah. Get out of my way!
What are you doing? What have we here?
Whoa.
Alarm! Over
Clear
here!
Shit! To the master! Hurry!
Bemanning. Beasen. Nutie.
Whoa.
Hey, what? Ah! You must die!
Chariot Foo.
Hey, hold on. Time has come.
Hey, what? Eat this, you shit! Stay with me. Move! Do it! Time more!
Hey! Die, Ka!
The guards here are vigilant.
You should not have come here!
Maxie, why did you do that? Precious. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. Zereth, are you picking on Maxie again?
Whoa. Medjay have a duty to the gods. We must be strong and ready to fight. But we must only fight when it is just.
I'll practice hard, Papo. I want to be strong and hunt like you do.
You are already better with your weapons than many men. You will make a fine Medjay, son.
Like Mom says, may your victories multiply.
The Divine Lion, the powerful one. Her breath formed the desert, the fiercest of hunters. She leads the armies of the Pharaoh into battle.
Love this music. Bayek of Siwa. Anakin, a scroll for me. Hey there, Anakin. I hope things are going good.
Hey. Maintain protected formation.
Shield me! We cannot fail our mission!
That will cost you! That will cost you!
Whoa.
Lucinda, damn, Dead Island 2 is $70, is it really? Damn. I imagine that one would be a highly anticipated sequel as well. Because when was the first one, actually? Anakin, a precision garage for me. So far, there's been 7 of those in this playthrough. Lucinda 2011, it's old. Damn, that's when it came out. That must make games like Resident Evil Original feel ancient from 1996. Going well, thanks, Anakin. Things are going great, thank you. How about yourself? Higher precision, galère. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Anakin, this should be good. Harbinger, now it's 8. I'll have a look and see what my personal best is, so to speak, for how many high precision Garres I've heard in one playthrough. Okay, so last year for my annual playthrough, doing an in-depth character focus where I would go and speak to characters outside of side quests and main quests that were a part of those quests to see if there's any more dialogue. 349 high precision Garre were actually recorded for that playthrough. So that's the amount that I need to beat, which I don't think I will in this playthrough.
Whoa.
Don't you hate when you're trying to enjoy some music and environments in a game and then all of a sudden hyenas attack? Every damn time. Let's see if these hyenas think things are so funny. Hungry, hungry hippos. Toasty! Anakin, your average. Well, hopefully things improve.
Whoa. Best not to draw attention here.
Surprises, don't worry. You will not escape! Who's shooting? Alarm! Trouble here! On my way. You hear something? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Worms take you.
Harbinger, high precision, Gare. Imagine the guards saying that. Yeah, that would be cool. So I'm probably not under-leveled for some stuff right now, but just to get a little bit of a head start on stuff like that. Doing things like this is good. Looting places, getting materials, and then you get unnecessary items that have no use but have value because you can sell them. So that's why I'm taking a little bit of time to do this kind of stuff before we head off to Alexandria. There's also the side quests that I'm doing as part of the playthrough too, so there's some related to Yamu, where we currently are. Or in the vicinity of it. Anakin, high precision, Zereth. No New Game Plus in Marathon? No. Starting from scratch for each game in the RPG trilogy to give it an umbrella title. Zereth, that guard used to be an adventurer. He sure did. Until he took that meme to the knee. I mean, Valhalla doesn't have a New Game Plus anyway. But yeah, I'm just doing all 3 games from scratch. What I will do though is when I'm playing Valhalla as part of that challenge, when I get the character up to a certain level, I'm going to make a save, and then I'm going to use that save in the future for a save to reload once I reach that point again in a new game. So that save file can be my New Game Plus starting point. Harbinger, don't say the word umbrella again, please. It's raining outside. Did you make sure to bring your apparatus that helps protect you from the rain? Anakin, no precision whatsoever. None at all. The best way to make the character climb up fast on stuff is not 100% reliable, but if you use the different levels of rock as you go up and change which direction you're facing as you go up, sometimes it makes the process of climbing up stuff a bit quicker.
Now! Die, mongrel! Got you! Give up, dog! There!
Anakin, the object hovers over your head whilst you are holding onto the handle of it to protect you from water dropping from the sky or sunlight. Exactly. There's a certain term for that which we could use, but the word that is part of that is a word that Harbinger doesn't want us to say. I'm going to do a quest here, which is quite sad. An old man has lost this book of the dead that he feels he needs to get to ensure that his wife is able to actually reach the field of reeds.
No one can help me. No one has seen my book. Have you seen my Book of the Dead in your travels, Magi? I went all the way to Memphis to buy it.
No. How was it lost?
Bandits. They came from the dunes nearby. When the leader saw how I cared for the book, he wrenched it from me. I thought my heart would stop.
I can help. I do not fear them.
I have been praying for someone like you. That book will unite me with my wife's spirit.
There you are, Father. We are going home.
But this Magi is helping me.
Oh, yes? You are going to find his book? If by some miracle you do, thank you.
Well, it's for him, actually.
Did you hear where the bandits meant to go?
Oh, the leader told the others to meet him at the necropolis, I think.
We live nearby.
I am not going home until I...
Father, the book is gone. You will find Mother in the Field of Reeds without it. I promise.
That warrior will find the book.
Yes, yes. He will find it.
Have you found my book yet?
Anakin, it is a mouthful, but it's not unmanageable. This is true, and sometimes when it's raining and you need this apparatus to protect you from the rain, sometimes the rain likes to change direction on you, and therefore you have to then redirect it by changing how you hold this particular apparatus to make sure that the rain does not hit you at all, because obviously the angle can change, and even though you're under this particular thing that Harbinger doesn't want us to say the word for, if the angle of the rain changes, you will still get wet because it will manage to get under the I was about to say it, under the thing. The Book of the Dead. An old man's cherished Book of the Dead has been ripped from his grasp. Bayek determines to reclaim it from the bandits responsible for its theft. An old man sits in the midst of the Yamu market, mourning his lost Book of the Dead. He explains to Bayek that bandits ripped it from his grasp as he was returning home from a journey to Memphis. He asked Bayek to help him find his lost book, directing him toward the necropolis where the bandits were last seen. Harbinger must eat brains. Itchy. Tasty.
Some awesome soup.
Yes, it is some awesome soup. It's funny how the game was programmed to let me do a jump that length on that angle, but it wouldn't let me do a jump straight on that was the same length, but without Bayek actually grabbing onto the edge of it. And the thing about the whole parkour stuff in the series is that Assassin's Creed Origins, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla all run on the same engine that Assassin's Creed Syndicate runs on, which is the same engine that Assassin's Creed Unity runs on. And in Assassin's Creed Unity, they introduced all this advanced parkour mechanics that Syndicate slightly reduces to a point that is almost to a point where the parkour is heavily held back. And then you have Origins, which, as much as I love this game and think it's great, in terms of the parkour, they've really made it very basic. The only element that is still present, which really is reminiscent, is the idea of being able to scale things.
Whoa.
Traditionally in games like Tomb Raider and all that kind of stuff, if you wanted to climb up something, it was only ever a ladder or a certain spot on a rock that you could climb. And games like Assassin's Creed 3 did have that too, where it was like Connor could only climb on very specific rocks, scale them, that had certain crevices put into them, designed that way on purpose.
The gods here are vigilant.
To allow that kind of movement. So games like Origins that give you the ability to scale rocks and approach that scaling from whichever side of the rock face you want to tackle, that obviously is more advanced than in something like Assassin's Creed Unity even. But one of the things that is mainly missing from games like Tomb Raider is that you can't just scale everything and climb it. For example, if there's a building, Lara can't just climb that building from any side unless there's a ladder on it, or unless there's certain parts of it that are ruined or damaged, which create hand and footholds that the game then uses as a reason for why the character can, you know, climb that thing. Whereas Assassin's Creed was always like, hey, all these sides of this structure, you can decide which side you want to climb up. And the character will actually scale it. The only thing from keeping Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla from being on that same level as like a Tomb Raider game in that respect is the fact that you can scale a lot of stuff. If they took that out and made it that the only way you could climb up a building was a ladder, or they only allowed the character to be able to jump from the ground level up to a ledge that is believable for them to grab from that height, and then pull themselves up on it, and then they find another ledge, and so on and so forth. So if they were to do that with Assassin's Creed, it would literally be on the same level as the climbing and jumping in a game like Tomb Raider. This isn't to say that the climbing and jumping in Tomb Raider, not allowing you to scale things how you want, is a problem. It's just that the identity of Assassin's Creed, part of it, is related to the fact that you could scale things from multiple angles and just climb up it. And that's kind of lost. And they do try and put it in some ways, but overall the evolution that happened from Assassin's Creed 1 in 2007 up until Assassin's Creed Unity, and the advancements that were made up to Unity, which came out in 2014, that progression of evolution could have even kept on going further. However, they decided to pull it back a bit in Syndicate and then pull it back even further in Origins. So with Mirage being promised to have that return to that style of parkour and everything, if that doesn't end up being true, which is possible because we don't have any gameplay footage yet, if we do get gameplay footage and it proves that they actually have indeed thought about that and actually implementing it, then that'll be one thing. But if they haven't, then it means that all their marketing and all their hype about making it going back to the roots won't end up being true. Because as I was saying earlier in the stream,
here is the Book of the Dead. Becca will be pleased.
The roots of a series, if you're going to claim that you're going back to it, all the elements that make that series what it is,
now to return the book to the old man.
If one of those things is missing, and it was something that was being improved upon game by game, but then they decided to not include it anymore, I think that that element is something that, you know, should be brought back. And the advanced parkour mechanics of Unity, for example,
there is no escape. Thought you could steal from me?
Is it
when you look at,
if you rob a thief?
I took it for my father.
when you look at Assassin's Creed Unity and the parkour in it, while Arno has a very stylistic way of doing certain parkour moves. It doesn't mean that every single protagonist has to do that, but the idea of being able to do climb leaps whenever you want, for example, allows a freedom of movement to the player that, if they choose to, they can really use that to a point where they feel satisfied with it. And that's the other thing about games too, is that when you have gameplay elements, part of what makes the ones that work really well work is because there's that connection that the player makes to it that makes it enjoyable to actually do. And while not every single person finds the same things enjoyable, if that thing that is found enjoyable is optional, then the people who don't like that thing cannot worry about it, and those who do can. But the problem with companies like Ubisoft in taking away the ability for those who want to do it is that they're basically cutting off their nose to spite their face. Because while not every single player will enjoy every single aspect, if it's an optional aspect, the players who do like it should not be punished by having it taken away, because it's an option. Now, I could understand if a game was forcing something. So if a game was forcing something like stealth, and you hate stealth games, then I can understand not liking the game if it does that. Whether it's a full-on stealth game, or whether it's a game that just decides for a few levels to give you stealth situations. You know, that's definitely understandable. And if you're playing a game that you would not think of as a stealth game, but there's stealth moments in it, sprinkled here and there, and you don't like those moments, then obviously you're not going to want them to be included in any more games. But if specifically the game is a stealth game, and you hate stealth games, then playing the game or not is completely optional based on your preferences of if you like that kind of game or not. So if you're a fan of a stealth game, and they've done 10 games in the series as a stealth game, but then for the 11th one they decide to make it not a stealth game because they're wanting to please the people who hate stealth games, then you're really being unfair to the people who do actually like it, because they're the ones who have experienced that with the franchise the whole time, and it makes it feel like they're playing something that they really connect with and enjoy. So if you take that thing out of it to appease another market, you're really doing something similar to kind of like going against your player base or something like that. But the thing with Assassin's Creed and a franchise, for example, let's say Doom, is that Doom is by its very nature a first-person shooter game, but it's more than that too. It's also a violent game, and it's also about something that, for many people at least, is not a possibility. You know, demons and all that kind of stuff. But it's all that kind of thing, right? So with a Doom game, you would not expect them to do a game in that series where you go around giving flowers to people. But if they were to make a Doom game where you do go around giving flowers to people, and they said this is the new direction of the series that we're going to go with from now on, you might get the people who love games where you don't kill enemies starting to become fans of Doom, but you're going to alienate your core audience who actually do like the fact that Doom is a game about going around killing demons with weapons and all that kind of stuff. So you wouldn't do that, because you'd basically be losing a lot of people. So I get the idea of wanting to get as many people as possible involved in a franchise if you're a company that's selling games in a franchise, but you still need to take note of where your main player base is coming from and all that kind of stuff. Like someone who sells food, who just wants to sell food, they might decide to start to sell clothes, and for some people that might be like a great thing, because it's like, that's cool, you know, this food place now sells clothes. But some people might be like, I don't like the fact that you sell clothes because it takes away from the space that would normally be used for the food, because they might have to reduce what kinds of food that they produce or that they sell. So you start to lose customers. And so with the Assassin's Creed series, the way that it is, trying to get the RPG crowd to really sink their teeth into it is basically saying to the fan base who prefer it, non-RPG, we don't really care about your input so much as we only care now about this other input. But if you were to take a game that's not an RPG and turn it into one, then fans of... if you were to take an RPG series and turn it into a non-one, you're essentially doing the same thing. To the people who love RPGs, you're telling them that we don't value you anymore because we've now moved to turning this RPG series into a puzzle game. And we're only going to do puzzle games of this from now on. It's like, imagine if Nintendo said, we're never going to do another Legend of Zelda game anymore. We're going to do Legend of Zelda card games only. And that's what they do for the rest of their time. The people who love Legend of Zelda for what it is will be like, nah, not going to accept that. And Nintendo wouldn't do that because they know that fans of Legend of Zelda like that series for a reason. So I think it's okay to experiment, of course, and try new things with the series, but when you're trying to change a long-running franchise from one thing to another, more thought and consideration needs to be put into what you're actually doing with it to make sure that the balance is right, so that you can make sure that everyone is enjoying what you're offering, but not at the expense of basically undermining the franchise as a whole. And I think the mistake a franchise can make is to lose its own identity so much that it also starts to lose touch with the fans who did like the way that the games were and all that kind of stuff. And it creates a situation where now, because obviously you have people who love the RPG games, which is fine, but Ubisoft looks at that and they go, that's what we need to focus on now. We need to continue with that. But the other fans over here are saying, hey, we'd love to be able to play the more traditional style games too. And the thing about Ubisoft deciding to do both is sooner or later they're going to probably decide to not do either, or they're going to choose one over the other. And that will depend on so many factors. And the thing about Ubisoft as a company is that if it's something that is related to poor sales targets, so if they expected the game to make a certain amount of money, but it doesn't, yet it was well received, they might look at that and go, a traditional Assassin's Creed game made less money while still applauded by fans, but this RPG game made way more money. So we're going to focus now on that, because in their mind it would prove which of the two makes more money. Whether or not the actual quality is great or not, whatever makes more money, they'd probably look more at that. And there's nothing wrong with wanting your stuff to be successful. But between the two different styles of game, if the RPG makes more money, then they're going to look at that factor alone as a deciding factor to whether or not to continue doing more traditional stuff. And the thing with Mirage is, if it actually is a great game but doesn't make as much money as what the next RPG game will make, sooner or later, Ubisoft will decide and say, well, we tried to cater to both, but only one made more money, so we're now going to cater to that one solely alone, which from a business standpoint is understandable. If you want to make money, you want to make sure that the thing that's making the most money for you is what you go with. But sometimes a game can be excellent but doesn't meet the sales targets that they want, but it's still successful, but just not to the same level. I think it's important to value those products that you sell that still do decent and are still received well, not to just throw them away completely as well. So I hope that Mirage is a success, to the point where Ubisoft is like, right, we know we can keep making these games of this style, and there'll still be people buying it, as long as we make sure that those games are good. And that's a whole other issue as well. You know, a lot of companies have this thing where it's like, we'll spend time making the game, but we won't release it when it's 99% complete. We'll release it when it's 70%, if that, and then we'll release it, and then we'll just patch it as time goes on and fix things on the fly. When I'm sure a lot of fans of a lot of series and games would be more than happy to wait, as long as they know that the time that's being put in extra is actually going towards that. And if you look at Ubisoft's other products, like the remake of Sands of Time, Prince of Persia Sands of Time, they did do some updates every now and again to tell people what was happening, but I don't remember the last time they did an update on that. I think the last update was about the fact that Ubisoft Montreal was taking over, and they were the ones who did the original game back in 2003. So they're taking over the remake. But I don't know when that was now. I think that was last year sometime. But you want to make sure that you're communicating with your fan base on your franchises to let them know what's happening. So if your game has to be delayed for 6 months, don't just be like, game's delayed for 6 months, sorry about that, and say nothing more. Actually specify what you're fixing, so that fans can at least go, okay, so they're fixing that. So if they want to fix something that is very important, if they tell people that that's specifically what they're working on, then fans will be put at ease, because they'll be like, right, they need 6 more months to make sure that this aspect makes sense and that it works well. And that's an important aspect to get right. You know, so I think Ubisoft especially too needs to be more open with their fans about why these changes are happening, why these delays are happening, the actual specifics. You know, be a bit more transparent about it. Like, if there's an issue with staff, don't, you know, name them. And I don't, like, if there's issue with staff where it's like they're not performing to the standard, you know, don't call them out on it. But just basically say that there's aspects of the game creation process where we need to make sure that we have a certain level of quality reached by everyone who's working on it. So we want to make sure that when we get to that level, then it's ready to release, you know. But keep it transparent enough so that people can be like, right, okay, so they just need to sort things out to make sure that everyone working on it is able to get it to the quality that they want. Because some people would probably be like, I wish I could have a bit more time working on this to get it to the quality that I would want it to be. And then the higher-ups are like, sorry, we can't give you that time, we need to release it now. You know, so people who need that time would be very happy to get it, because then they can tweak and perfect things. And I think if you release a game when it's 99% complete, then you're going to be better off, because that means that you've put time and effort into it, and you haven't just decided to release it 6 months earlier than it's ready to, because you're going to just patch it as time goes on as well. So it's one of those things with this series in particular. I don't know how things are going to fall and how things are going to turn out, but moving forward though, like personally, with whether or not I buy an Assassin's Creed game, it all depends on what the game is. But beyond just seeing gameplay of it, in a general sense, I'll need to also actually know exactly what happens every step of the way in the story before I even decide to buy it. And if I do decide to, depending on how good it seems, I may decide to wait until it comes on sale to get it. Or I might get it when it's, you know, relatively new. So I don't know when Mirage will actually come out, but whenever it does, you won't see me stream it day one or anything like that, because I'll be doing some research once it comes out. I don't mean just watch, you know, someone play it for 10 minutes and then decide how I feel about it, but I mean literally watch someone do a full playthrough and find out what happens and how things are, and see how it plays, and, you know, see what glitches there might be, see what things they need to fix, so then I can just, you know, wait, and then when it's at a point where it looks like they've fixed things, if that's the case, then I'll buy it, kind of thing. So that's how I'm going to approach things moving forward with the series. And I don't remember now how I went on this tangent, what began it, but I'm going to end the tangent now because this quest has been sitting here for a long time. So much so, in fact, that people have probably forgotten what the quest was even about. But the Book of the Dead. An old man has a Book of the Dead that went missing. Bandits stole it, and he needs it because he wants to make sure that he's able to meet his wife in the afterlife.
Has your father left us?
His good life is over. He was too weak to live till you return.
May he be conducted in peace.
He was in despair that his cow would not join my mother's.
Where is his body? It is not too late.
You are a blessing from the gods. He receives the rites in the small temple.
It's things like this that really make me think that Bayek is such a great character, and Abu Bakr Salim, who plays him. And this was his first video game role as well. Like, he had done other things, but not video games before playing Bayek in this game. He does such an amazing job with it.
May the field of reeds be open to you, Father.
Prez, doesn't it ruin the fun, though, if you watch the entire story instead of playing it? You get why you do it, but still. Yeah, it becomes a question of what am I willing to put up with, and what am I willing to sacrifice as well. And the thing about it is, if I buy a game and I spend full price on it, and it turns out to be a crap story, then the chances of me playing it again, even if it had excellent gameplay, are very, very low. Because story and character and everything is one of the key things that makes me want to buy a game. And the gameplay is as well, but priority-wise, it's story and that over that. So I'd rather spend money with full confidence that I know that the game is going to provide that, instead of spend it and then perhaps find out that it might not. So yeah, I'm willing to sacrifice knowing what happens. Because if I know what happens and it ends up being great, then I'll still enjoy the experience of playing through the story myself as well. Because it's like a movie that I've seen before. And there's been some movies where I've already known the twist, like Shutter Island. I knew the twist of that movie before I even saw it, but when I watched the movie, I still enjoyed the hell out of it, and I liked, seeing how it all played out as well. So I'm more than happy and more than willing to do that.
Old man, your book. May it guide you to your wife's side.
Yeah, Prez. Yeah, so... But it's all up in the air at the moment, though. It just depends on when it comes out. And what happens. It's one of those things, too, because like with any game that's been revealed and announced and all that kind of stuff, sometimes there's still rumors that come about. And when it comes to rumors about stuff, I always basically put it aside and want to wait until it can be actually proven either way, and that kind of stuff. So there's also that aspect too, pardon me, that happens with games where people, listen to the rumors and believe the rumors, and this is about any game in particular. Here is Reda.
Medjay, great warrior, come. I sell you what you want. You need it, I have it. If I don't have it, you don't need it. Reda has your back in these desolate lands.
You are but a boy. How did you come by such fine treasure?
Plucked from the ancient lands of the desert, the sunken vessels of the Nile, refined by handmaidens of the gods. Weaponry forged in Nubian mines, Persian jewels, and Assyrian treasures. I have it all.
I see. You are well-traveled for such a young man.
Old wisdom, Neb. I have acquired from long nights in the desert with my camel.
I will see what you have.
Come, look around. If you want good Neb, I have other jobs too.
Okay, can anyone hear my voice? Oh, good. Because it popped up with a message on my PlayStation telling me that all audio has been muted. I don't know why. I mean, I pressed the mute button. Oh, hang on. I think I know why. Hang on. Oh. I forgot. I was doing some reading about the microphone on the controller for the PS5, and if you hold down the mute button, it mutes all audio instead of just the mic audio for some reason. I don't know, but yeah, that's what happened. Don't mind me. It just surprised me because I'm not used to it yet.
Medjay, you hear of that villager that went missing? I only ask because, like you, he is one of my favorite customers. Maybe you go looking for him. Maybe if you find him, I'll have something nice for you. Maybe.
Missing worker. A man has gone missing from the nearby village and Reda asked me to help find him. I remember where I saw the symbol before now. In one of the, I think it was either Assassin's Creed 2 or Brotherhood when you're doing the Subject 16 puzzles. It's very reminiscent of that anyway. Not that that is specifically referencing that, but that's what I thought of just now when I saw that. But I think it was that formation, but on a different angle of those three triangles.
Whoa.
If I have a look at a second for the next main quest. So this is level 10. There we go. So we're at the suggested level for that quest, but there's some other quests that are a bit higher than that, which will pop up afterwards. But before we get to Alexandria, though, I'm going to be doing the side quests with Menahet, I think is his name, in Yamu.
Whoa. I should be cautious around here.
Hey! Die, maggot!
The man lies here dead. Reda will be sad to hear of his passing.
if you have the Predator bow, when you are actually in a loading screen and you hold down the button that you normally would if you have the Predator bow, and you have it equipped when you go into that loading screen, you can actually make the arrow go really slowly in the loading screen. Obviously, it doesn't go from a first-person view of the arrow like it does in gameplay. Now, I know it didn't say the full high-precision Gear, but I'll finish it off for them. So that's now 9 times.
Dead men need no weapons. So how about you use his? Special order. It'll suit you just fine.
Alright. Oh good, it went off the screen. I was about to say, the message telling me about that missing worker was still on screen. Cool, 3 ability points. So I've got smoke screen damage. Alright, so I want to get the stealth kill streak to give us extra XP for doing successive assassinations without being detected. But first we need to get the assassination loot. Automatically loot an enemy after assassinating them. I could craft improvements to the quiver and the stabilizer glove, the bracer, and the breastplate. Well, not all of them, but one of them. But I'm going to save the materials until we get the hidden blade so I can upgrade the hidden blade. Harbinger, but honestly, Tamed Animal Kills run would be fun to watch, maybe for the 10-year anniversary. Yeah, it'd be interesting to play through the game like that. Obviously, there'd be some points where you couldn't do it, but still, that would be interesting. Hey, Arthuri, hello again to you as well. Yeah, it's going good. Going really, really good. We got past the title screen, finally, about 3 hours into the stream. 3 hours and 26 minutes, I think it was. I got up to the point in the game where it puts up the title for you. So got that done. And just been doing some side quests and looting some things and a bit of grinding and stuff. Arthuri, alright, yeah. So still very early in the story though. Harbinger, your hand doesn't feel numb today. Maybe you should go get crushed by Mr. X. Well, if you do decide to play some Resident Evil 2 Remake, definitely wish you the best of luck. Hope it all goes well. In your fight against the, that corporation. Alright, so this quest. Ambush in the temple. Bayek visits the Yamu temple to catch up with his old friend Menehet. Arriving in the village of Yamu, Bayek pays a visit to his old friend Menehet at the temple. Menehet explains that Yamu is preparing for a religious festival meant to attract tourists to the village. Their tour of the temple is interrupted by the arrival of Menehet's children playing a game of hide-and-seek into which Bayek is recruited. Theory, when you look at the map of the Assassin's Creed games, you say that there is too much garbage, so you mean question marks, question marks? That's true. Reminds me of Witcher 3, where there's so many question marks just all over the map. Everywhere. It would make the Riddler proud.
Bayek, what good fortune! I thought it would be years before we saw you again.
Hail in peace, Menahet. How is your family?
The children seem to grow larger by the minute. My wife and I have our hands full. And you, is there any news of...
None.
I forget myself. There are so many things in your life best not spoken of. Forgive me.
I see by your garb that you have been promoted.
Ah, yes. The High Priest, in his grace, made me his second. And my rank is not the only thing he has changed. You must see the temple.
You will give me a tour?
Of course, of course. At the moment of your pleasure.
Arthur, typical Ubisoft. They're like, we need a game that is 5,000 hours, has 5 years of content after release, and has 10 million collectibles. Because every player loves that type of thing. So we need to make every game like that.
Ready to see our beautiful temple?
After you, Menahet. Or is it servant of the goddess?
Menahet will do for one as good as family.
This is far from the sorry ruin of my last visit.
Yamu now plays constant host to ceremonies showing our rustic way of life, which attract many visitors with more gold than sense.
A description well suited to Alexandrians. How does this sit with your faith?
I confess that my thoughts are sometimes uneasy.
Oh, vanquished by a gang of ruffians, huh? Silent as kept.
Uncle Bayek! Uncle Bayek! Hello, Uncle.
Jewels of my life, why have you left your mother's side?
Pick me up, Uncle Bayek!
See now, there's no need to attack a man from behind. We're not numbering him 4-1. Huh?
You taught us to secure every advantage possible over Attainer's foe.
Yes. And I am very dangerous! Hide well, for the wanderer stalks your path!
Arthur, especially now in the latest ACs, especially Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla, there are only question marks. You think Far Cry games nowadays also have, at the same time, slows down, but not the 100% playthrough of the game? Yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? Like, there are games that they've done that I do like to go really in depth with, but not every single time. And as much as I do like the idea of adding new content to a game a year after its release, with Valhalla there was 2 years worth of extra content, and when you play the game now, especially if you did a playthrough already where you finished everything, but it was at a point maybe, a year after the game, there's now another year's worth of content added on top. So if you were to go back to play the game again, and you haven't since they added all that extra stuff, then what you're going to find is a lot of it just pops up randomly without any context for why it's popping up. And for new people who have never played the game before, there's all these quests that are popping up all over the place. And it gets confusing as to which ones are related to what and whether you should do them now or all that kind of stuff. And all the time and money that they spent on making that 2 years worth of content could have actually gone into actually creating a whole new game in and of itself and released 2 years later. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Not the 100% playthrough gamer. Oh yeah, I see what you mean now, yeah. Yeah, people who aren't doing 100%. Yeah, especially if there's a lot of hours you need to spend to put towards getting your characters level up and stuff.
turn to hide.
Come away from there, Nyla. You're getting in the priest's way. Nyla, are you following me?
Beast, you will meet him.
Soris, stay back!
Help!
Your father wants you to go home.
And I prefer to stay with you.
Keba, what in the name of the gods are you doing down there?
I wanted to hide, but now I can't get back out. I'm scared.
Stay calm. I will help you out of there. This way.
Thank you, Uncle Bayek.
Go straight home to your mother. She will be worried.
Are you going to sleep?
Asina, you must come down from here.
This would be a good place to watch the stars.
Only the priests are permitted here. You know that.
Yes, but I want to see...
Hush. Come down now. We can watch stars.
Are you going to sleep with us?
That's the last of the children. I will tell Menehet that the children are safe.
Look at this! Fraud abounds in your market. And you claim you can do nothing?
The dealings of the market are beyond me. Speak rather to the offending merchant.
Priest, you have proven as false as your mummies.
You have proven as false as your mummies. Just love the way he says that.
Menehet, your brood is delivered safely home.
Thank you, friend.
What did that fool want with you?
Some visitors, having purchased religious objects, are angry when our village has no more dead cats to sell them. Though not a merchant, I am often the means by which the aggrieved snuff their anger.
This matter needs a firm hand.
I hope you will find some answers in the market. The merchants have short tempers and may refuse to speak.
Ulterior votive. In response to a plea from Menehet, Bayek investigates the sale of false religious icons in the Yamu market. Menehet is worried about the false religious icons sold in Yamu's market, sullying the reputation of both the priesthood and the festival of Sekhmet. He explains that much of Yamu's prosperity is based on the festival, which attracts visitors from all over Egypt.
This looks like a child made it.
These cat mummies are false!
Tell me of the fake mummies being sold here.
I have no desire to be dragged into this.
Menehet sent me. Your silence is an insult to his holy office.
I wish to anger neither him nor the gods. We are forced to sell items of lesser quality, or see our stalls destroyed.
Who is behind this?
I can say no more now. Let us meet tonight, where the village turns to farmland. My friend, I am glad to see you have kept our appointment. Come, sit with me and share a drink of wine.
I do not have time for that.
It is a beautiful night. Let us enjoy the coolness of the air for a moment before turning to business.
Merchant, I am not here to take in the air. Who is behind the traffic of false icons?
Well, you see, it is no simple story. There are many involved in this terrible affair, but they would all tell you the same thing. Pity the trusting man, for he suffers great pain. Seek evil, and you will always find it.
I cannot wait to see what your guts look like.
A man who fights as well as you can perhaps afford to be trusting.
Talk, or you will meet the same fate as your friends.
That will not be necessary. Among the dunes, southeast of here, is the bandit camp where the fake mummies are made. I suppose you would go and destroy it now.
Better I smash the camp than your head. Destroying these forgeries will earn the favor of the gods. As Ra lives, what a disgrace.
If you track that guy after the quest, you can't interact with him anymore, so there's no new dialogue from him.
You will pay, corpse!
This area is off limits.
Wait! Hey, what? Knock him off! Hurry! Come here! In my range! Last mistake, you left. Target engaged! I got him lined up! You bastard!
Afro, you say they nerfed the hell out of mounted combat? It was easy mode against the bounty hunters.
Menehem will rest easy, now that this is done.
I kind of like the flow of it. That's why I like to, like, you know, just do the tactic of riding around the targets in circles while spamming the attack button. It's so funny too, because in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, when you come across enemies who are on horses, they will always get off their horse to fight you, which I thought was funny. It's like, I guess Ubisoft Quebec didn't like the idea of having to program enemies to fight you while on horseback, so they all jump off the horse.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Ah, here you are.
I've dealt with the trafficking of false mummies.
Thank you.
How can I ease the burdens of an old friend?
Tonight, we will stage a grand spectacle. Our goddess Sekhmet defends the people against Isfet's chaos.
But Pamu, our champion, is nowhere to be found. The High Priest will judge me responsible for his absence.
I'll have a look.
Sekhmet bless you. His home is near the market, but check the tavern first.
It pains me to ask you for a further favor.
Pamu does like a drink now and again.
The Lady of Slaughter. Yamu's recreation of the battle between Sekhmet and Isfet is jeopardized by the absence of Sekhmet's fighter, and it's up to Bayek to help. Menahet is in trouble again. The festival's biggest event, a recreation of the battle between Sekhmet and Isfet, is in jeopardy as the fighter playing Sekhmet has gone missing. Bayek is enlisted to track him down. There we go. Pamu likes to drink. He might be at the village tavern. I think they should change the word might to will be, because he definitely is. 100% certain.
This must be Pamu. Ugh. The man stinks of beer. And you! I had no wish to kill your brothers, but the three of you brought this on yourselves.
Oh, thank you. I've been trying to get him to leave for hours.
It's so funny in this game and in Odyssey, if there's someone that you have to carry somewhere, if they're high up on something, you can actually make them drop and fall to the lower level, and they won't die or anything, the game won't punish you. They'll still just land there, and then you can jump down yourself and get to them quicker. Unfortunately, they took that ability out in Valhalla, which I was very annoyed about. Not to the point of boycotting the game, but in terms of comedic effect, I always thought it was quite funny to have a target who's like, oh, I can't move, I broke my leg, and just throw them off of something and then have them land and be fine. And no punishment happens, and then just pick them up and carry on. I think in Odyssey there's also a quest where if you drop the character off this high cliff into the water, and you go into the water, after a while, the dialogue that normally happens when you rescue them and take them somewhere else will automatically happen. So you have the conversation while bobbing in the water. Oh yeah, Lucinda, I absolutely love doing that. It's just so damn funny.
Menahet.
That is Pamu! What has happened to him?
His passion for toasting Sekhmet has exceeded his head for drink.
This is a disaster! People have come from the Red Land and the Black to see him fight!
If a fight is all that is needed, I could replace him.
Of course, Medjay. You honor yourself in saving me from disgrace. Speak to the High Priest in the temple courtyard. He will take care of the rest.
He better. No, just kidding. Listen, do you think you remember a quest with a guy with a broken leg, but after you complete the quest, he's walking around like normal? Yeah, I think I definitely know the one that you mean. I think it's the one where he tried to get away with stealing something, and he landed on his leg and broke it, and he asks you for help. But then later you can see him just walking around. Zareth could always give the syndicate glitch. That's true. When you actually put someone in a hiding spot, but then you glitch to the top of the hiding spot, and then you leave their body there, and then you glitch back to the ground.
Your Holiness, I am here to fight for Sekhmet.
You're not Pamu. He was meant to play Sekhmet.
Pamu is ill. He is recovering at the temple.
Fine. Follow me.
Do not fear. Sekhmet will receive a fine tribute.
We give thanks for your presence on this sacred night. We invite your witness on the solemnity of our custom. We unveil to you a ritual that has guarded us for century upon century. Make every eye to look upon the warrior for whom the two skies open. Sekhmet, Lady of Slaughter. Should malice cling too strongly to your hearts, Isfet, the evil one, shall smite the goddess. And condemn Yamu to 100 seasons of darkness. But should your hearts be pure, the goddess shall favor us, shielding us from the obscurity of chaos. Let the battle begin!
I watched him bite a wild beast.
Since a time unknown, Sekhmet the lioness has shielded us from Isfet's greed. Isfet was once husband to Ma'at, goddess of honor. Tampering with her scales of judgment, he grew fat on the souls of mortals. Ma'at cast him out of the hall of justice. In his hunger, he returned. But Sekhmet knew his heart and guarded the door against him. Their battle lasted 20 days and nights before Sekhmet subdued the Lord of Chaos. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm. The warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos. The lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness. The warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos. Might enlivens your arm. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. The lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness. The warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos.
Chase away our bad luck.
Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. The lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness. Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm. Warrior of Sekhmet!
Wait, which one is Sekhmet and which one is Isfet?
See how Sekhmet imbues her beloved with power. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire.
Ismet is
The
strong.
warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos. The lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness.
Will fall before the goddess.
Warrior of beats. Fire. The lioness's fangs will cleave
a
the
good
darkness.
fighter. I watched him fight a wild beast.
Enlivens your arm. The lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm. The warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos. Sekhmet.
I could swear you were the Blood Eater herself.
Ah. Oh, the priest's recounting of the battle between the goddess and Isfet was new to me.
It is a tale of his own invention. You will not hear it outside Yamu. Would that you'd agree to stay with us longer. But I know that greater duties call you.
I'll say goodbye to the children before I leave.
Do so. They'll miss you. You are always welcome in Yamu, whenever your journeys bring you to our gnome.
Keep the mask and staff of the goddess as poor tokens of our respect.
Zereth, or carrying the body glitch. Oh yeah, that glitch that was happening, that was so annoying. At first it was funny, for me at least. I mean, it was funny, but then after a while, for me at least, it became fucking annoying when it kept on happening. Hey there, Zizi. Jesus Christ, does this guy ever shut up? No, he just keeps on saying the same dialogue over and over and over and over and over again. Pogbayak got envious hair, not gonna lie. Yeah, and it's cool that even after in the story he gets it shaved off, it's cool that they still let you choose that hairstyle whenever you want again, after that point. Did you just notice this guy looks like Imhotep from The Mummy? Took you only 6 years. Oh yeah, Arnold Vosloo, who played Imhotep. The first movie I saw him in was actually Hard Target, which is a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. He played one of the villains in it. Zizi, good to see you, Roderick. Good to see you in chat again, Zizi. I hope things have been going well. As you can see, I'm now up to Origins in my annual playthrough series. And soonish, we'll be going to Aya, but there's still some side quest stuff I want to do. Edward's outfit ironically works in this time period. Yeah, I think maybe for me what helps make it work is the color scheme as well. I mean, obviously the design of it is very much, you know, of the time period and not this time period, but still.
Strange to see bodies left out like this. The embalmer must know more.
Birthright. Bayek notices 3 corpses laid out carelessly in Yamu's mummification temple. The head embalmer tells him the story of Iras, the young woman who brought him in. Bayek sees 3 corpses laid out carelessly in Yamu's mummification temple. The temple's head embalmer explains that Iras, the young woman who brought them in, lives on a small farm half buried in the desert. On learning that her family was slaughtered, Bayek decides to help her. ZZ, annual, it's April, you gotta slow down, dude. Unfortunately, I can't, because to celebrate Black Flag's 10th anniversary, I've got all these playthroughs planned, and I need to get the annual series done before then. So I'm up to this game, and then I've got Odyssey and Valhalla, and then my streams of Assassin's Creed will go back to Saturdays and Sundays, because at the moment I've got them Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to give me more days to work on them.
'Tis a shame to see 3 dead left neglected. What happened?
They were just brought here, Magi. A family struck down by the sword. Only the daughter, Ira, survived. She carried them here one by one. Poor girl. All by herself now. A tragic story.
Tragic indeed. Where is she now?
You can find her on the abandoned date farm near the road where her family died.
This Ira sounds like a woman worth meeting.
Yeah, well, that's true, ZZ. You know, for this playthrough, just doing the main game and the 2 DLC, I know I just say just doing, but in comparison to Odyssey, which has way more content, plus Valhalla, which has even more content than both Origins and Odyssey combined, this one will relatively just be pretty short overall. But Odyssey might be shorter as well. And for that playthrough, I'm doing a Sparta Kick challenge. So I have to kill enemies using the Sparta Kick to finish them off with. Because some enemies, you can't knock them off of stuff as well. But I'll be doing that for Odyssey. And then for Valhalla, I'll be doing a stealth challenge. But for Odyssey and Valhalla, I'll only be doing the main game stuff. Zizzy, what are you playing at the moment? Not Assassin's Creed. So I've got Red Dead Redemption 2 happening at the moment, as well as Tomb Raider 2013, because that game's celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. So I've done 1 playthrough of that for that celebration, but I've got 2 more lined up that I'm going to do as well. However, I need to get the PlayStation version now because there's another different audio issue happening on the Xbox when I stream it, and it was affecting that game as well.
Soldiers. They must be looking for Iras. Best
Yeah.
lay low. And hope she does too.
It really is, ZZ. It really is stacked. Like, seriously. Because, personally, I felt that having the Wrath of the Druids and the Siege of Paris DLC, I think that was enough content. I think at that point, that's when they should have said, that's the final piece of content. But no. They had to add another year's content on, including another major DLC that cost full price. And then you got all these little extra contents that they kept on adding. Now, they were free, of course, which is good, but there's just so much of them. So, and then they had the audacity. If you haven't bought the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC, do you know what they did? If you haven't bought that DLC, they literally put an unskippable full-screen ad for it that randomly pops up at the start or towards the start of the game. I think it happens once you reach England in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It gives you that ad. You can't skip it. You can't mute it. Nothing. Full screen too. So you can't just, minimize it off the screen. And I'm like, Ubisoft, you sons of bitches. The last thing we need is that becoming a standard practice. You know what I mean? Hey there, Sue. Thank you again for the follow earlier. You're so glad that you found my stream. You love Black Flag. It's your favourite out of all the AC series. Gutted that you will only be on Saturday and Sundays. You listen to streams whilst working, so you have to watch on catch up. Yeah, it's such a great game. I really do enjoy replaying it. And I'm very much looking forward to giving it like a really good amount of playthroughs this year. Because there's just so much to it that you can sink your teeth into. And all that kind of stuff. So I'm glad that you have found the stream as well. And yeah, for Saturday and Sunday, generally speaking, that's my Assassin's Creed days. So when I finish the annual series, it will go back to that so I can fit in other games. But, definitely appreciate the support whenever you can, come in is fine and, all that kind of stuff. So thank you so much. ZZ, sounds great. The only thing in Valhalla you didn't do was the canstone stacking things they can literally piss off. But no, lol. That's the most Ubisoft thing you've ever heard. Yeah, it's like put a full screen ad that you can't skip about a DLC that you haven't bought. Just to get people to buy it so they can get rid of the fucking thing off their thing. It's just like, ugh. But yeah, there's just so much stuff in it. And the thing about the canstone that I find, I like the audio that you hear when you do them, but I hate the actual activity. So whenever I do the annual playthroughs now, of that game. I do those can stones only to the point of accessing them just to hear the dialogue, then I leave it and go on to the next one. Not to say I'll never ever do a playthrough ever again where I'll do them all and actually complete them, but it's not something that I have on my list of I really must do that type of playthrough very soon kind of thing.
This place is heavily guarded.
Not so fast.
Find that girl! The
Sure
first
thing,
to
Cesare.
find her will get an extra ration of beer!
Let's finish this quickly.
Beer,
I
huh?
have a pig
So
roasting at the villa.
you're going to be like Claudius and have 2 or 10?
Nothing.
Zizzy, go on. Buy the DLC, please. Please, you'll enjoy it. We promise. Oh, by the way, have you seen this trailer? Trust us, the 100th time is much better.
Nothing yet.
And the thing about it is, I'm at the point where, out of spite, I would rather not get the DLC ever, which still might be my plan, because originally I was going to not get it at all, but then I was like, maybe I'll get it when it's like $2 or something. But then I was like, maybe I won't get it at all.
No, not
So
yet.
maybe I won't get it at all and just keep it in there, so every time it comes up I can be like, see? This is bullshit. Listen, the Techland did a similar thing with Dying Light 2 when when Dying Light 2 came out, they started showing you a screen where you have to choose whether to play Dying Light 1 or 2, and if you don't have I want to say Dead Light 2. If you don't have Dying Light 2, it will take you out of the game to the store page. Ugh. That type of shit is just so annoying. Like, not even having experienced that myself, just knowing and hearing it is just like, what? Zizzy, that's so obviously Cesare. That's true.
Not so far.
Whenever Andreas is angry as a character in a game, that's a tell. Like, no matter what accent he does, when I hear him angry as a character, then I'm like, Andreas.
Nothing yet. Hey now.
Hey now, hey now. See, when something is forced, even if it's amazing or not, it still puts you off. It's so distasteful, you know. Absolutely. And if it only happened once, and the game remembered, no matter whether or not you were starting all over again, and it didn't actually make it pop up, then that would be tolerable. But yeah, it's just, they may as well, you know.
Swear something's out here.
Got your back, brother.
They may as well do it after every mission's done. Did you not played this since 2017? This is the only AC you don't remember much of. You still get hints of nostalgia with it though. Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah, it's hard to believe that it's been that long since it came out now. It was the same year that Assassin's Creed 1 was celebrating its 10th anniversary.
Hail in peace, Iras. All I want is to speak with you.
The last man to say so. Murdered my family.
I've come to help you, Iras.
How do you come to know my name?
A priest told me of you.
Ah. My kin have owned this land for centuries, but left it barren until now. A soldier came to us,
saying his master held a deed of sale. My father refused to concede the property. Then, well, the rest is as you know it.
What will you do?
The farm is my birthright. I will work it as long as I can.
I can ensure you are not harassed by soldiers.
You may try. The villa they spoke of lies northwest of here, on the road to Alexandria. I do not ask your assistance. If you fail, tell the world I died preserving my family's legacy!
ZZ, 6 years ago. Where does the time go, Sag? That is so true. And you think about how much has changed with games in that short amount of time as well. And talk about, you know, how a series has changed too. Can you link your favorite soundtrack from Valhalla? Yeah, dude, yeah. So if you give me a whisper on it, I'll post the link in chat for you.
Whoa. Whoa. Hey.
Sophronios doesn't realize that it's his last day living.
Whoa.
Anakin, since we don't have the hidden blade yet, game shouldn't call it assassinate. It should call maybe Medjay-ate. Medjay-ated. It is funny that. But also,
May the gods help me. I am coming for you, Aya.
don't know how difficult it would make it, but you can actually switch to not having a weapon even after you get the hidden blade to do like a pacifist kind of thing. ZZ Medjay sounds like a condition. Yep, for those getting afflicted by the Medjay killing them, even though they're just being knocked out technically. Zizzy, not seen Aya in a hot minute. Where's she at? In Alexandria here. Soon I'm going to be taking a break and then going to do the next main quest.
I must be careful now.
I will deal with this dog.
A pitiful end to a pitiful existence. I will tell Iras of this, if I see her again.
My God!
Hello, hello. Agreed. Πουθενέ στη λογική του ανθρώπου. Αχ, μωρέων πάντων λεγόμενα, εγώ της φταίω. Come back soon.
Zizzy, the parkour in Valhalla was doing you fucking hidden at the best of times, but in your opinion, Unity easily has the best parkour system. Yeah, definitely evolved things to a great level with that game, and they should have kept improving it and refining it from that point forward instead of going 2 stepwards back and then going 20 miles back with the parkour to what it is now. The de-evolution. Like, imagine if first-person shooters went back to only being able to have you move the gun left and right of the screen. You couldn't aim upwards or aim downwards. You know, that's a de-evolution of something. The only exception in that example would be if you're doing a retro-style first-person shooter like the original Doom, where you couldn't do that. That'd be understandable. But if you were going to do a franchise that was first-person shooter, like Doom, and then you decided to revert it back to that for the rest of the series, it'd be like, what are you doing? You're de-evolving a key aspect of your franchise.
Χεροθυρίων εμένυνσε. Είτε.
See you maintain the peace, or I will.
Zizzy, 20 miles back, yep, accurate. That's it, you know.
Oh, παιδες! Τι γέγονε!
Αου καυτό. Άλογος πράξης.
Anakin, you have better parkour than Valhalla and you sit like 15 hours a day. Zizzy, you were playing it thinking of the devs tripping or what? Syndicate has good parkour too if you don't use the Batman shit. Yeah, there's things here and there that they don't let you do anymore in Syndicate that were doable in Unity. But I would definitely say that the degree to which they change it is way more with Origins. And as much as I love this game, you can see the potential for how that parkour system from Unity still could have been used. I mean, you don't have to make Bayek do the tricks that Arno does when he does, parkour. Not every character should have the same parkour style, but still, imagine Bayek having the fluidity of movement that Arno is given. Same with Aya and other characters later as well.
Καλώς έχω.
Valhalla Knights. Thanks for linking that, ZZ.
Χαίρε. Τι πράττεις?
Ου καλώς έχω.
There we go. Zizzy, that would be incredible. However, we're talking about Ubisoft. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's true. But Mirage apparently is going to go back to that. But we have no gameplay footage to back that up with. Funny that. Serapis unites. The accidental philosopher and the last bodyguard. Bodyguard? It's funny, in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, the Prime Minister Disraeli, in the mission where Jacob gets into the carriage and pretends to be someone working for the police, the Prime Minister's like, I didn't know we had a new bodyguard? The way he says it is just so funny. ZZ, you heard it's been delayed. Yeah, I mean, if that is true, I wouldn't be surprised. And the thing about it is, Basim is such a great character, but they've done this before where they've had a great character and they've just not done anything with them really later. Now, obviously, Basim is a bit of an exception to that because he was introduced in Valhalla, and he's going to be the main character in a story set before we see him in that game. So at least he's getting his own game, but there's definitely been characters before who deserve their own game that never got it. So it'd be a shame if he was relegated to one of those that ended up getting their own game, but it ended up being crap. Alright, so where is that Aya quest? It's up over this way. I'm going to take a break in a moment. Before I do, though, I just want to get Bayek close to the mission start. Zizi, that was a good impression. I mean, Lucinda, that was a good impression. Thank you. Wasn't aware we had a new bodyguard. Zizi, as someone from the UK, you don't all talk like that, you promise. Yeah, I definitely know that, Zizi. That's for sure.
Serapis, the snake will get his answer.
Οφθαλμούς σου κατέχεις ή τι του οίκου σου? Ο Πασπαραδοειδίου, εις οφθαλμών ίδιο κατασχέθηση.
Anakin, it was impeccable. Says you heard it was coming out in June. Now you heard it's not coming until 2024. You wanted a Claudia spin-off. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to see a game where you play as another Auditore. And I always would have liked to see her actually become the head of the assassins of Italy, eventually. So it'd be cool to have a game that chronicles that story for her as well. But not just make the game have her become the mentor at the end, but actually have a good chunk of it actually be her once she becomes mentor.
Give us the High Priestess, Gareth. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum.
Thanks for redeeming that, Anakin. Come on, Senu, where are you? Might take a bit longer for Senu to appear. Before I go on my break, I want to set up a photo mode shot. Great, now let's get in the road of Bayek's face. Come on, Senu. Senu, I can see you flying around.
Move, damn it!
Zizi, yeah, exactly. Anakin, perfect. Zizi, then Ezio pops up like Connor does in the Aveline game. Yeah, and that'd be cool too as well, you know. So that, yeah, there's so much stuff that they could do with Claudia as a character in an actual game. Yeah, Anakin. Senu is definitely a good bird. I'll also pin a message up the top of chat about being on the break, just in case people come into the chat wondering, why is the screen like this for? Says you get goosebumps when you heard Ezio's voice in Jotunheim. Bayek's face is like, did you really just shit on my wrist? Yeah, I don't blame you as well, ZZ. And the cool thing is that I think the person they got for it did such a great job at emulating Roger Craig Smith's Ezio performance in just, you know, so short a thing. And it can find someone who looks at you like Bayek looks at Senhu. Lucinda, enjoy your break. Thank you, Lucinda. I definitely will. So I'm going to leave it on this screen while I take my break. And when I come back, I'm just going to recap what's happened in the story, because it's been a while since I did a main quest mission. And I'll also go over what the optional objectives are that I've come up with for these quests as well. So when I come back, we'll continue on. It did, ZZ, yeah. They did a great job. And cheers. I definitely will, dude. Alrighty then, back from my break.
Οφθαλμούς σου κατέχεις ή τι του οίκου σου?
Okay, so since it's been a while since I did any main quests, the first thing I want to do is actually talk about the information about it, about the actual playthrough. Bevers, thank you so much for the lurk. Thank you. You're loving these games? Awesome. That's great. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm really enjoying revisiting these. So in Assassin's Creed games before this one, like Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Revelations, Assassin's Creed 3, Black Flag, Rogue, Unity, Unity and Syndicate, there were optional objectives, and the game referred to these as full sync requirements. Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, the latest games in the series from 2017 to present time, didn't have that. So for this playthrough, what I wanted to do was come up with my own optional objectives and call it a full sync challenge, even though there's no synchronizing or anything like that happens anymore. So I made it up for not every single main quest, but the majority of main quests. And the only way for me to actually know whether I've done it or not is just to basically, when it happens, if I mess up an optional objective, just reload the quest objective. If you look down the left-hand corner of the screen, you can see where it says reload quest objective. So as soon as I know that I've messed up on my optional objective, for whichever quest it might be at the time, I'll do the reload of the quest objective, and then I'll put that as one of the quote-unquote fails that I've done for the challenge rules. At the moment, there hasn't been a fail yet. When that happens, though, I'll just basically add to that count and reload the quest objective. Some missions, some main quests don't have heaps of optional objectives, some only have one, and all that kind of stuff. This game actually gave you the choice of difficulty setting, so you can choose, I think it's easy, normal, hard, and nightmare mode. So I've chosen normal mode, but some of these optional objectives might be even more difficult if doing them on nightmare mode, for example. So the next quest that we'll be doing is Aya, which was suggested level 10, and we're level 12, so that should put us on good path with that. In terms of like targets, we've taken out the Heron, which happens in a cutscene, but we've taken out Madunamun as the most recent target. So we have the Snake and the Vulture and the Ram remaining on this tier, that is, of course. So the last main quest, if I look at the completed quests, was just basically Bayek is ready to continue his pursuit of the Snake. So the current main quest is Aya. Bayek travels to Alexandria to search for his wife. Having killed Madunamun in Siwa, Bayek bid farewell to his friend Hepzibah and set out across the desert to Alexandria. There his wife Aya has been researching the other masked men. He must find her, knowing only the approximate location of her cousin's house. Together they will plot their next move.
I wrote this!
All writings are to be copied by the great library.
I find Aya among
I
all
find that
these
Thanos
endless
talks too
scrolls.
much.
He has some interesting ideas. Very radical. It's almost alarming.
You're right about that.
The knowledge of the entire world is at your fingertips. Here, one can reflect upon the oppressive regime under which we find ourselves laboring. The Alexandrian poets, have I mentioned them, are a group of dramatic artists dedicated to promoting free thinking throughout the land, no matter what the Pharaoh says. Despite the fact that the ruling pharaoh is given to arbitrary and despotic decrees, here at the library we support freestyle, any topic you like.
All right. Serapis. Now what? Where is Aya?
Ah, Serapis. I wrote a tragic comic pastoral epic centered on him.
Ah.
You're Bayek, yes? Aya's eager to see you.
Is she safe?
Quickly, follow me. I am sorry, my good fellow. You appear to be drunk. This library is for serious scholars only. She is in hiding.
Who are you?
Ah, interested in Homeric verse, eh? This way, please. I am Aya's cousin, Phanos.
Ah, yes, Phanos. Nice to meet you in person. Tell me what is happening with Aya. Why are you being so discreet?
Gennadios sent his men on a house-to-house search. Often they drag people into the street and torture them for information. Typical of the system we live under.
Gennadios.
A monster. The Philokitai of Alexandria. He is ravaging the city to find her.
And where is she now?
I have a very powerful friend, Apollodorus. No doubt you have heard of him.
I have not.
You will. In any case, he made a hiding place available to Aya after she ran into trouble.
But what happened? You do not answer me.
It is a mess of political intrigue. She will explain all, fear not.
Look! There's Phanos! He thinks he's a poet!
The modern Sophocles.
You must hear his epic poem, Ode to a Nanny Goat.
This is as far as I go. The way to Aya is found in the monument ahead.
So for this quest, I didn't add any optional objectives because there's nothing really...
Right there! Have a little faith.
Nothing really to put as an optional objective for. Go here, talk to this character, follow this character, and then go to where they direct you. I mean, obviously I could have put, you know, don't touch the water, or, you know, something like that, but I felt that this quest didn't really need an optional objective added for it.
I missed you.
Never again should we spend months apart. We only have each other. Without him, what?
Let us be together. Us two. Each to each.
I have news.
You are scarred by justice.
I bludgeoned Medunamun with this.
I hate that we have to do these things. But I am grateful that you did.
If I am honest, I took pleasure in it. I've missed your touch.
I have missed touching you. I killed as well. Actaeon. I hunted him down and discovered a mask in his room. When he returned, I forced him to wear it. Then I thrust this knife through his eye slits.
Aya.
But I was careless. Another of the masked ones tracked me to my home. it was even more difficult.
We have one more. Then, we will be done.
Look at this. I took it from Actaeon. Apollodorus tells me it is a papyrus from the Royal Council, which means the snake is in Ptolemy's court.
How does this Apollodorus know these things?
He has informants everywhere, because of his work with Cleopatra.
But Cleopatra? She's been declared a criminal.
By her treacherous brother, yes. She plans to take back the throne. She wants the snake dead as much as we do. And she trusts me. She gave me this to slit his throat. It's an ancient blade that killed the tyrant Xerxes. A weapon of justice.
Ingenious. Ah. I will go to the palace and discover who uses the seal of the snake. And I will use this.
You'll find plenty of information in the Royal Scribe's office. He spends his time at the bathhouse. Go search the palace while he's away.
And you?
I cannot leave here as long...
What's this?
That leads to the docks. I can't believe Thanos had you go through the pit. I cannot leave here as long as Gennadios walks the streets. He is determined to kill me.
In addition to the snake, I will see what I can learn of this Gennadios and silence him.
Discover who the snake is and show him the face of death. I'll meet you at the Paneum when you have killed both the snake and Gennadios.
My heart aches until I see you again.
As does mine, my love.
I love the way that Aya details how she dealt with the other Order of the Ancient member. Forced him to wear the mask and then thrust the knife through both of his eye slits. Like, that description alone is one thing, but could you imagine if they actually showed us her doing that as well? But it's a good example of how much anger and hatred and rage that Aya herself actually has as well for the people who are responsible for her son's death. Something else there too, there's a misconception that Darius's hidden blade was somehow handed down to Aya because Odyssey decides to mess things up by trying to make it that Cassandra is related to Aya, and that somehow the hidden blade got to Aya, but it's like Aya actually got it from Cleopatra, so somehow Cleopatra got it and then gave it to Aya, and that blade belonged to Darius, but somewhere along the line it got into Cleopatra's hands before getting into Aya's hands, who has then given it to Bayek as well. So it's not one of those things where Origins is non-canon in that respect, because what Odyssey does, it's the other way around. It's like, when something already exists and you're trying to do a story set before it, there's no excuse to mess things up when you've got the actual story there to study and research for as long as you need to make sure that the story you're telling that takes before it actually matches, you know. So we've done that quest now. The next one that I want to do is Gennadios, the Phylakitai. Aya must stay hidden until Gennadios is dealt with. The Phylakitai of Alexandria, Gennadios, has expended every effort to track down the killer of Actaeon. Aya has eluded him by remaining hidden. Gennadios is known to roam the royal palace. From time to time, he takes several men to search for Aya in the Jewish district near the North Docks. For Aya to walk freely, Gennadios must be killed. And now we have an entry for the Vulture, who Aya killed. The Vulture, Actaeon, Aya's first kill. While tracing the order in Alexandria, Aya came across Actaeon and verified her suspicions when she discovered one of the masks in his apartments. He died a horrible death while wearing the mask. His role in the Order of Ancients is clear. His role in the death of Khemu, however, is nebulous. The Ram, Tessos, He hunted down Aya, the killer of his friend Actaeon in Alexandria. However, he met his end at her hands. Cool, I got 3 skill points. Now I can get the stealth kill streak. Successive assassinations grant you XP bonus if you're not detected. Now I've got 40 of 20 required, so we can upgrade the hidden blade. Now the next upgrade, I need some bronze and I need some silver. Alright, so this ship will have 15 bronze on it.
All citizens must report unusual activity. In particular, a murderess is in hiding and believed to frequent this quarter.
May Serapis lead Ptolemy to wisdom. May peace and justice reign.
In this city, peace and justice are costly. Only the wealthy chew on that meat.
I should not be seen in this area.
Come on, lads, this way! The end has come for you. Alarm! To battle! Alarm! Follow me! Got you. Odonte Dodi!
Apa, παιδί!
Τι
Τι συμβάν, παιδες! Λέξον, λέξον!
Τι συμβάνεστη! Παιδες, λέξον μου! Τι έστι τούτον?
Aristo's work is fine. A peripatetic philosopher. It's a shame what has happened to him.
Intellectual theft is a serious crime.
Curse the king! Curse this miserable city! Curse you, Doros!
Watch out! Coming through!
Οι κατάστασης αμήχανος εσύ και δύσκολος και πολλά δαπανηρά.
Do it!
Whoa.
Move! Do it!
Alright, let's upgrade the hidden blade further. Alright, next one we need more bronze and silver as well. The optional objectives I've come up with for assassinating Gennadios and Eurydoros rely on me being able to do a one-hit kill with the hidden blade. So that's why I need to upgrade it further.
Out of the way!
And again, we wouldn't want OHKO to become oh no. One hit kill or one hit knockout.
Need to bury you. Quickly.
When it comes to as much room as possible in these locations, I wish the game would let you actually go full speed.
Out of the way!
Whoa.
I know it's not silver, but we may as well get some more bronze. Give us a head start on the next upgrade for the hidden blade.
Move! Now!
Whoa.
Move out of the road!
Yeah.
Καταστροφή! Καταστροφή! Μα είναι δυνατόν! Τι συμβαίνει!
Μάσα ελάβνης κακίστεως! Αμέλισσον!
Clear the way!
Whoa.
Τούτον ελάβνην ούκ εστί. Παύλον ον γαφ.
Yeah, Anakin, if you quickly move the control stick left and right, then Senna will do it. Icarus in Odyssey can do it the same way, and same with Sunan in Valhalla. So for all three of the games, you can make the bird do that by using the same tactic.
Παύλε, αμελή άνθρωπε, πού κοράν δύνασε.
Out of my way!
Vlax, si elavni kriu gimneste.
Οφθαλμού σου κατέχεις.
Get out of my way!
Here! Οποία μοίρα κατηράζει με. Ο καλός, έβγε.
Παιδες!
Clear the way! Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Need to get you in the ground. Whoa.
Θα είσαι εσύ. Γνώση είναι λάβη που δεν πόποτε κατέχεις.
Είναι αυτόν φωνή σας δεν βούλετε.
Εσού ελάβμην ου γιγνοσκόμην γε.
Imagine, free elections in Egypt, Alexandria could be a thriving city-state.
Τι συμβάν, παιδες!
Move! Move!
It's a lovely sight.
Θεήτης δοκή είναι. Πώς ήθω.
I love it how we're coming across the same path that we went through a few times before to kill enemies for resources like this. And yet we're not getting in trouble while passing them by along with new enemies.
Παύλε, αμελή άνθρωπε, πού κοράν δύνασε.
Απαπέφη!
A lovely sight.
Whoa.
Αμελής εσύ. Πού καλάβνεις εις νόσκης, φαύλε.
Εσού ελάβμην ου γιγνοσκόμην γε. Γης βέλτιστο.
Τι συμβανέστη!
Αδαΐσισι, γνώσιν ελάβει, δε πόποτε κατέχει.
Οή, της μίζωνος αφροσύνης.
Κεραυναίων δια. Ούγαρε λάβει γιγνώσκες, την άμαξαν δι, του αποφέρει.
Της οφθαλμής γαρ, δια νέα νέο
Έδες, τι όδια στη συμβάνη.
Θεοί, αδαΐσες τι. Οφθαλμούς είναι... Καλό. Ναι. Μπράβο.
Ωφελία μη μέγιστην εκδόσες. Χάριν είδενε. Σι ελάβνη χρήου γυρνέστε.
Πότε διδάσκεσαι Λάμπλιν, είπε πρώην και εχθές.
Τούτον ελάβνη ούκεστην, φαύλων ονχά. Ούγαρε λάβνη γιγνώσκες, την άμαξαν δι, του αποφέρει.
Όχι γλώσκη τι πρέπει.
Out of the way!
Εσού ελάβνην ου γιγνωσκόμην γε.
Get out of the way!
Ιδιότην, ελάβνην ου γιγνώστης.
What's all that then? Clear the way! Now, you idiots!
Και πέδω με πολλά Παύλε, αμελή άνθρωπε, ου κοράν δύνασε.
Thank you for the follow, Cinzia94 Rago. Welcome to Twitch as well. I see that you created your account 42 minutes ago. Thank you for choosing me to be one of the first streamers you follow.
Zette ben reis. Wie? Mene.
Ah.
Oh!
Halt! Stay there, you!
Viewer, morning, Rod. Gotta say you love listening to the show all night. Origin's such a great game. Morning to you, viewer. Welcome back. I hope it's going well. Thanks for leaving the lurk. Also, I appreciate it. It really is. I always look forward to replaying it. And I was very looking forward to doing this challenge playthrough because it was one that I was thinking of doing for a while. But it was one of those ones that I felt I needed to play through the game offline and go through and figure out what I wanted to make the actual option objectives be. So it's actually the first game in a long time where I've actually done I guess it's a full playthrough of the main game story, I could call it that. It's the first time I've done a main playthrough of a main game story for years. But I knew that it was going to take some time, so that's why I started working on it a few months ago. Hey there, hippie. Finally, the game looks a bit assassin. Welcome on into you, hippie. Hope it's going well. As part of celebrating Black Flag's 10th anniversary, I've got Bayek also wearing Edward's outfit. So he's a pirate Magi. Like, it was like, oi. It does hippie, yeah. It's actually a skill you have to unlock, though, so it's not an item that you can just buy and then it becomes available to you to replenish. But once you unlock the skill to actually use it, there's also another skill after it which allows it to do damage to enemies. Plus, it also knocks them over when you use it as well, if you get that smokescreen damage upgrade.
Out the way! Hurry!
Move out of the road!
Out of my way!
Now that we're actually outside of the location, we can actually go a bit faster. I wonder if there's some mods for the PC version of this game where you can actually have it that the speed at which your mounts go, the top speed, is modded to still go the top speed no matter where you are in the game, even if you're like inside a city or a little area like that.
Slow down the pursuit. Only get to the others. Get away from here.
Hey, what all this got you now?
Whoa.
Ha! Hey! Ogozi! You're finished!
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh.
Feel that? Am I going mad, Philly? On your back, don't worry. Clear out!
Whoa.
Leave it to me, Kyrie.
Mine now!
Alright, upgrade the hidden blade another level. And we still just need bronze and silver to actually upgrade it with, so that's good. The higher you upgrade something, the more kinds of materials they'll also add on top that you need to actually get.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. You will not pass, mongrel!
Move! Now! Do not expose yourself, honey! Neb is hurt! Come quickly!
Yeah.
got you. Wait a minute.
Got you! Go slow. There!
وتحديا كشر الإيسس أصلي بهوية.
Feels like
At the ready, brother. All clear. Oh, need to bury you quickly.
Hey! Your time has come.
That's what I think of those enemies.
Whoa. Yeah.
Get out of the way. Move, now.
Work together.
Whoa.
I'll kill you.
Mine now!
Your life ends now! Ha!
guards here are vigilant.
Hey, wait!
Hey! To arms! Trouble here!
You're finished!
Have your guts for that!
Hey! Hey! Go out and...
I'll kill you!
Something's not right.
Stop you!
I like how he gives a look to us as if, haha, I'm gonna call all my friends on. Alright, let's upgrade the hidden blade again. Alright, what's the next required materials? Alright, so it requires some, like leather, which we've already got a lot of. So, I'll do another upgrade. So I need more bronze and silver.
Whoa.
I love how they actually have that as a thing where you can set a trap around the brazier so that when it gets lit it just blows up on them. There was a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Odyssey I did one time. I had a challenge with that playthrough. I can't remember what it was now, but I managed to kill one of the main enemies in the camp, a captain or something, by luring them to that and, you know, being detected, and then they're like, oh, light this, and then boom.
Whoa.
Watch out! Coming through!
Move! Now! Hold on, you! Hey! The lovely sight.
Είναι αφωνήσαστε βούλετε.
I should be cautious around here.
That scream. Alright, get some more bronze and silver again.
Clear the way.
Why are the gods so cruel? How could they do this to you? And now, Ikari's gone.
Hey, you! Stop!
If I synchronize this viewpoint now, then when I need to meet Apollodorus, I can just fast travel there.
Best not to draw attention here.
Wait a minute.
What?
What?
You get the feeling we're not alone.
Afraid I must borrow this.
One of my favorite ones when he says is, "I'll return it later," and then you never do.
Stop that man!
The timing on that.
You will pay, corpse. Mine now.
Oh, allow me to retort.
I will return it later.
Hey, what? You must die! Hey! Your time has come.
Amaxae lavnis ha kagisteos, amelison.
Huh?
Wouldn't... Alexandrians! We must stand against the sickness that spreads in silence.
Gennadios will reward useful information most generously, but refusal to volunteer relevant information will be dealt with harshly.
Lux!
My need is great.
Ώστε σίδη μη αγκαλίσει το χρόνο μου ερήσει.
I must be careful now.
Hey, wait!
Ο Διαμελίας, ούγαρε λάβνη γιγνώσκες, την άμαξαν δει, που αποφέρει.
The gods love a generous soul.
Ουχή πανικός, ουχή πανικός. Κακός σύμφωνος ο πανικός. Μία σκέψεις.
Something out there. Go take a look. Keep an eye out for me. My guts are telling me to be careful. Hey! Got your back. Easy, feeling.
Hey, what? That's it. Die! Trouble! Follow me!
Too close.
Die, you bastard!
You will regret that. You will.
Wait a second.
Rip you to shreds.
Hey there, Doug. You hate Syndicate, you need to restart your entire save when you already beat the game. You did? Oh, yes, of course, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they introduced that system. As far as I'm aware, in terms of like Ubisoft games, I think Splinter Cell Blacklist was the first game that they actually did that kind of thing
Keep your
with.
weapon close to hand.
Like with Splinter Cell Blacklist, if you want to actually replay the game from start to finish again and get a very specific part of the game to still trigger, you have to basically delete or have a different profile that you're willing to just delete all your information on and then start from scratch.
No.
Like the prologue mission can be replayed, but there's a certain mission that happens in the story that you can't play anymore once you've already beaten the game unless you delete your profile, and then you're able to do it. Maybe there was even other games that Ubisoft had done before that one.
Watch my back.
But how's things going, Doug? I hope it's going well despite those issues with that. But yeah, you would have thought they would have come up with a different thing to do.
It was right here.
Hey, what? Hang on.
Hey there, Senny. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to you and your raiders. How's everything going?
Hey,
Thanks everyone for coming through with the raid. I'm getting prepped to actually do the next couple of main quests, so we can assassinate Gennadios and Eurydoros as well, or Udoros, or Eudoros, however you pronounce it.
Show yourself.
Hey
Go
there,
on.
Lucinda. Welcome back.
Roughly here.
Hey there, Kobe.
So-
How's things been going? Welcome to you. Hope it's going well. Hey there, Aura. How's things going for you? It's going good, Doug? Excellent. That's awesome to hear, dude. Yeah, that issue with Syndicate. It's with Unity as well, which is ridiculous. I hate how they do that kind of stuff. Leon, no comply. Thank you so much for the follow. How's things going? Thank you for joining the raid as well. Hey, I'm in a bear suit. How's things going, dude? Aura snuck in the raid at the last second. That's awesome. Yeah, I've got a challenge with this game where I've come up with my own optional objectives. Not every main mission has them, but the ones that do, I've actually got a command set up for each one, so I can actually put it in chat to show what the optional objectives are that I've come up with. And the only way to sort of like penalize myself for failing is to just quickly reload the last quest objective. So we haven't reached that point yet. I'm in a bear suit. Thank you so much for the 22 months. Dude, that is almost 2 years worth. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, I'm in a bear suit. I really appreciate that, dude. Crooked, hey there, Cinny. How's Origins going? You had a good stream. Finished with Black Flag now and had a great time with it. The ending sequences always hit hard, but it's so well executed. Also ended up with 26 total detections, so you're happy with that overall. Well, that's good, dude. I'm glad that you had a great stream, finished off that awesome game. And yeah, they really do. It doesn't matter how many times I replay it, or how many times I see people play that part. It really does hit the same. And I think if something does that, then you know it's actually been done well.
Forgive me.
And that's pretty good. 26 total detections, doing all the missions, and also doing all the optional objectives on top of the stealth challenge as well. You know, the optional objectives, doing them are a challenge in and of themselves, let alone adding an extra challenge on top. So GG's on that, Senny. I'm glad to hear that you got through that well. Or it's Monday here, had to clean up a big coffee spill right after waking up. Oh no. Damn. I hate when that shit happens. So it could be better, but you're sipping the aforementioned coffee now, so it'll improve. Well, I'm glad that you're still able to salvage some of that so you can actually still enjoy it. Kobe, Origins really holds up. It still really looks so good. It really does. Especially for a game, too, that came out 6 years ago. And the environments still look really cool. The scale of things, you know, it's just so good. Crooked, cheers, dude. How's your challenge going so far? Really cool that you worked out custom optional objectives for each main story. Yeah, it's going pretty good so far. The optional objectives are nothing too crazy, like don't touch water or something like that. But it was good to play the game offline and work out what I wanted to add as optional objectives and go through, because I felt that was the best way to do it. That way I could test them out as well, instead of just looking at a video and seeing what the quest was and then deciding what to do. So it's good to have that testing and stuff. But yeah, it's going really well so far. Alright, Kobe, so the next quest that we'll be doing is the one where I'm assassinating the Gennadios dude. So I'll just put in the command for that. Okay, stream elements. Are we doing this now again, are we? Oh no, hang on. Need to make sure. Yep, stream elements is doing this again. I need to disconnect it and then reconnect it. Don't know why it does have these problems. Part with the channel, rejoin the channel. There we go. Alright, now it should work. Oh, it went through. Okay. It must be slow. But yeah, so that's the optional objectives I worked out for killing Gennadios. Kobe, don't touch water, aka the Altair challenge. Yeah, it was funny because I did that for Assassin's Creed 2, because I was thinking of doing a challenge with that I hadn't done before. And I was thinking, what is the game that potentially has the most fails by accidentally swimming when I didn't want the character to, aside from AC1, of course. And it was like AC2, especially with Venice. However, the ironic thing was, I think only one of the fails was in Venice. All the rest were in like a couple of other places. Which was quite ironic when you think about it. Okay, so I think I should have the Hidden Blade upgraded enough to take on Gennadios. I want to increase how much smoke bombs I can carry. Let's see what else. Same with increased arrow max capacity. And stabilizer glove. Get that sorted. And how are my abilities looking? Okay, I've got 2 skill points. Let's have a look. I'll get this. Hang on, what's that? Ah, no, I'll save for chain assassination, actually. Yeah, Kobe, so can't use Senu. Alright, let's assassinate this mofo. Whoops, hang on. Almost broke it. Lucky I caught myself there before I actually marked where he was.
I should not be seen in this area.
Aura, but sir, we love Senu. But sir, I'm poor and Senu and Senu. Yeah, this is the only quest I actually added that as a thing with, I think, as well. Kobe, our bird girl gets some well-deserved time off. Reflexes. Exactly, just straight up. Okay, so if I hold that, there we go, that's good. Alright, so I think from memory there's one spot in particular he'll go. I mean, there's a few.
Idiot, what are you playing at?
Almost got detected. If the enemy makes a comment like that, that's not counted. But if they actually fully detect me and it's like, get him, then that's a different story. Aura, playing Black Flag makes you really wish Edward had a bird. Now, he'd have to call, it would have to be a jackdaw, if it were. There he is.
Hang on.
Hey, what? You will pay, corpse!
He wasn't playing to the rules.
You think you're clever?
It's like, come on. In every Assassin's Creed game, the enemy should get right to you first.
You there! This area is off limits.
Me there? Who there? You there? Where there? Or what about when you set yourself on and everyone around you on fire? Is that a detection? Yeah, it's that meme, right? It's like, have you really been detected if you've killed every enemy that's there? Kobe, they should have added a meme cheat for Edward like in Rogue, so Edward gets a cliche shit-talking parrot on his shoulder or a monkey that steals things. That makes me think of Raiders of the Lost Ark, the monkey that one of the characters has, which steals. Or how did he even see you? Are those fingers? Dear God, Spasm will have my head for this. He was like, I see those fingers. I can see them from 20 miles away. Kobe, no, you there. It's like, you there. Alright, here we go. So Gennadius is the dude in the middle of those three. Or exactly, no witnesses, no detection, no problem. No harm, no foul. Hey Hitpigs, welcome back. Just popping in to say hi, you'll be lurking and sleeping. Have a great time in Egypt. Thank you so much, Hitpigs. Thank you so much for dropping in. And also for leaving the lurk too. Hope you have a great rest. Would like to recommend people check out Hitpig's channel if you haven't before. He just finished doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Rogue. He's also a fan of games like the Uncharted series as well. So I highly recommend checking out his channel. And thanks Hitpigs for being here, and I hope you have a great one.
Move! Do it!
Alright, now I didn't use Senu there, that was automatic.
Move! Move! Clear the way! Hurry! Clear off!
Keep the Giria safe.
What do you think drives these fools? Being poor?
Not leaving Gira alive. Count on it, Philip.
What's that then?
could swear something is out here. Out of my way!
Take no
Get
chances.
out of my way!
Wait, did we lose one?
Or I finished Shadow of the Tomb Raider this weekend, very pleased, but also got sick of the amount of DLC tombs they shoved in by the end. Yeah, that was the thing about the previous two games. A lot of fans were disappointed about the amount of, like, tombs that you could explore. So, for Shadow of the Tomb Raider, they were like, here you go. Here's all these DLC challenge tombs that you can get. Gennadios sure is yelling get out of the way a lot while behind the world's slowest land mammal. He sure is. It's so funny, though, that he's saying get out of the way to someone who's supposed to actually be accompanying him. Howdy there, Ronnie. Welcome on in, dude. As you can see, I finished Chronicles Russia. I got through with 8 memory restarts overall in the playthrough. So for those wondering what's going on here, the optional objectives that I've assigned for this quest, for this challenge, I can't use Senu, and I can't be detected. Ronnie, you're super proud that you finished it. You would have not have been able to. Yeah, dude, it was good to get it done. I don't know if I'll do that type of playthrough anytime soon again with Russia, but I'm glad that I did those playthroughs and got them done. Hey, Gizlek, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, dude. Thank you so much for that. How's things going? Or you like tombs a lot, but eventually you got so tired of filling a room with water, cutting a rope, then draining the room, then going back, etc. Or climbing all the way up, only to have the floor give way and you have to climb a rock wall the whole way up again. Yeah, that can be fair too, the monotony and repetition of having to do that and all that kind of stuff. Good, Gizlek? Excellent. That's awesome, dude. You've been on a big game playthrough sprint for the past 2 to 3 weeks, have you? That's definitely a lot of time required for that too, as well. You know, it's amazing how much time can fly, or depending on what type of game you're playing, how it can, you know, really take a long time, seemingly.
Ah, dead. But who killed you?
Gennadios, you okay there, dude? Did you lose your wallet or something? Now let's see if I can get him with one hit with the hidden blade and do my favorite kind of air assassination to do it. Shit, I'm going to be seen. Now that was close, because I'm not fully detected yet, but I'm going to count it still. But I can't do anything in terms of, like, reload the quest objective, because I've already committed to killing the enemy, so I'll just have to add that as a fail.
Why have you dragged me into the land of the dead?
You sought to kill my wife!
Your whore of a wife is a murderess, willfully and wantonly. I did my duty as a Phylakitai, and for this you have taken my life. Is your vengeance above all law, Medjay? Be warned. The Phylakis will hunt you down and exact revenge.
May the Hidden One walk beside you. The Lord of the Duat awaits.
Yeah, so I can't reload the quest objective if that happens.
This way, brothers!
Where are you climbing off to? Get her!
It's like Horizon series plus Jedi Fallen Order, but you had to cut Forbidden West and go straight to Burning Shores. Oh, did you? Yeah, those games would take a lot. Like, I know that Jedi Fallen Order takes a lot alone, let alone 2 Horizon games as well. Or, dead, but who killed you? Who cares? And then he just walks off, right? Ronnie, you object, the detection meter was not even red.
Do it!
Well, actually, that's a good point, come to think of it. However, Ronnie, unfortunately, it still goes through because they chased after me afterwards. But that's definitely a fair appraisal of the situation, though. Or off topic, but you like the word Phylakitai so much, it's fun to say in here. Be right back, gotta take the dog out. Yeah, I know what that's like. There's certain words that just have a great ring to them when you say them. But I hope you enjoy the walk with your dog. Okay, Gennadios is not one of those targets. Alright, so the next quest is End of the Snake. Did I put this as the command? No. There we go, End. So, End of the Snake. In order to assassinate the snake, Bayek must discover his identity. Once reunited with Aya, Bayek learned from her that the snake is someone on the Royal Council. He must search the palace for the seal with the sign of the snake to discover the identity of his target, and then he must assassinate that target. So the optional objectives that I've come up with is do not be detected for the whole quest, search the scribe's office without killing or knocking out enemies, and assassinate Eudoros without detection as well. He's like, oh man. Alright, do I have a fast travel point near there? Nope. There might be some grinding that I'll do between streams, but the funny thing is, because I'm doing multiple streams a week of this game instead of just the 2 that I would normally do when my Assassin's Creed streams are just Saturdays and Sundays, it means that I kind of don't really need to do grinding between streams.
Smeagol arrives on the 25th of May. Finally, Gollum can grab crooked orc necks and wring them and bait them like little fishes. Oh, how he hates them. They wants the precious, but they can't have precious if they're dead. Gollum, Gollum.
You don't know, kick them. Hey, that was good. Yeah, I can't wait to play that Gollum game. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play it when it comes out. I'll have to wait a bit.
Hey now!
Hey now, hey now.
Dreaming now, was I?
Yes, you were dreaming. Life is but a dream. You're just rowing merrily, merrily down the stream. Gizlik, you just saw the release date? Yeah, it's cool that it finally has a concrete one. Because I've been looking forward to that game. And the thing about it is, even if it turns out to be a bad game, I'm still going to play the damn thing because, well, I just like the concept of having a game where it's stealth based, or you don't have to use stealth if you don't want to. You can also use combat, and you have the dialogue choices, but it's not just choosing what dialogue you want Smeagol to say, but it's also choosing what dialogue you want Gollum to say. And the other thing that sold me on it was the idea that the story that they've come up with doesn't overwrite what actually happens to Gollum in The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Provinces. Cleopatra seems to have at least some military support.
Okay, so I can't kill or knock out enemies. I can use Senu this time, though. Gizlik, it's a Daedalic game. Maybe performance will feel a bit choppy in places, but they'll deliver a good story, you're sure. Oh yeah, I don't think I've played any of their stuff, actually. Or if I did, I didn't know it was them. You can't remember a Daedalic game that you dislike? Cool. Yeah, because, I mean, there's just so much that you could do with Gollum as a character in a video game, you know, and because he's very sneaky as well, and cunning, so it's good to have a game that's at least trying to bring that to the table.
Hey!
Can't be sure it's safe yet.
Of course that's where he'd stand, isn't it? Well, let's make time go and see where we can make him go. Because surely he won't be there all day, every day.
Hey!
Well, can't be sure it's safe yet.
You motherfucker. I thought I could quickly jump up and get into that bush, but no.
They will attack on sight here.
Hey, what? Time to die, Phil.
The guards here are vigilant.
That guard there that climbed up the ladder isn't very vigilant. Don't know why with this game's parkour system I was expecting to make that leap. I thought it was going to do what happens in Unity where the character will actually grab to it automatically.
Ah, a key.
Official papers. This chest belongs to the royal scribe himself, Eudoros. Huh? A false bottom. A letter.
Esteemed Ibis, the Pharaoh remains compliant and is our puppet in all things. Act with caution in Siwa. The murder of the Heron was but the first. 2 from among us here in Alexandria have also been killed. However, the situation is under control. Gennadios is actively questioning the populace. We commend your efforts, Ibis. Long life.
Stamped with the seal of the snake. The snake is Eudoros, the royal scribe.
I have said that the royal scribe is often at the bathhouse. I will kill that naked ear that Eudoros there.
Ronnie, Unity is a little floaty sometimes. You can definitely jump further than you should. Yeah, that's fair in a like in a lot of ways. Gameplay-wise, though, it's really cool sometimes to be able to make that jump. Hey there, Godfather Owl. Good morning to you. Hope things are going well. Or at least you know where the hidden items are in here, which makes it easier. Very true. Yeah, I like how they made it so that you didn't have to investigate everything first. If you know exactly where you need to go straight away, it's good that it lets you do that. I forgot that the Rod Leg Jacob F is for the free follower emote version that I had. I'll have to do a BTTV emote version of it. Or, Bayek's beard is supposed to be the temporary look, but you cannot get into his shaved face. A letter for me. Well, that's fair enough as well. Yeah, it's good that they give the option to, if you prefer him with a beard, it's good that they allow you to choose to have it back. Or a letter for me. Listen, you instinctively said, for me. It's like, yes, it works. I'm single. I love being single. I haven't had this much sex since I was a Boy Scout leader. I mean, at the time, I was dating a lot. Thanks for redeeming that from the Naked Gun movie, Harbinger. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Welcome. The snake, Eudoros. Bayek has sought the identity of the snake ever since that night in the temple. Although all the masked ones were guilty, it was the snake who took Chemu's life. At last the murderer has come within Bayek's grasp. Kobe, a letter from the Old Kingdom. That's a good variation of it. Alright, so we didn't kill or knock any enemies out when looking for the evidence in the scribe's office, so I'm allowed to actually obviously kill enemies now again. But I still need to make sure I don't get fully detected.
Reports in from the provinces. Cleopatra seems to have at least some military support.
Do not inform Pothinus. It will make him impossible to deal with.
Kobe, time for the best outfit. Yeah, that whole bath towel kind of like outfit as well. Kobe, the magical bath towel that does not slip whatever Bayek does. This is so true. It's so funny to do a whole playthrough with that outfit.
Congratulations, Ed. I hear Edna's pregnant again. Yeah, and when I find the guy that did it...
You like how Ed's wife is named Edna? Yeah. It's very creative.
Της οφθαλμής γαρ δια νέα νεογήν. Ου κοράς βλάξ.
So Vlasta Vrana is an actor who's been in a lot of Ubisoft titles. I didn't know it at the time, but the earliest game that I actually heard him in and didn't know it was him was actually the very first Splinter Cell. He plays the main villain, Combine Nicolades. And if anyone's played Outlast 2, he also played the character in that of Noth, the cult leader, as well. He's got a very, very distinctive voice. He's also in a lot of Assassin's Creed stuff as well. Like he plays Manuel Paleologos in Assassin's Creed Revelations for one. There's a lot of other ones too, but can't remember them all.
Eudoros is here again. I pity him. His skin affliction is an endless source of discomfort.
Is everything to your liking, my lord?
This place is heavily guarded.
My lord, are you properly served?
Quite. See that my towels are ready.
Die! And be done with it!
May the gods curse you. What cause have you to kill me?
It was you who murdered my son before my eyes!
You are a fool.
At the temple, in Siwa!
That forsaken shithole? I had nothing to do with that disaster.
It is too late for your lies. Anubis awaits. It is worth the loss to slay the snake at last.
The snake? The snake will never die.
Son of Apep, the Lord of the Duat awaits.
Eudoros, killed! Oh, dear gods, he's been murdered!
Look at the blood! But he was so handsome. A lovely sight.
It's Eudoros, poor soul!
Another command that I thought I had set up, but I didn't. Yeah, Lucinda losing the ring finger, which ends up becoming, for a while at least anyway, one of the things that an assassin had to do as part of the initiation was actually get their ring finger removed willingly. Or he always loved the tinnitus ringing in this scene. Yeah. They also brought it back for Valhalla as well. Harbinger, but he was so handsome. Yeah, it's so funny that they say something like that. When he's obviously anything but.
Find anything? No, not yet.
The snake, Eudoros. Royal scribe to Ptolemy, Eudoros was one of the puppet masters of the pharaoh. He met his death in Alexandria's opulent bathhouse thanks to Bayek's newly acquired hidden blade. Although he did manage to exact limited vengeance, the loss of Bayek's ring finger, but was Eudoros, in fact, the snake? Gezlek, that reminds you of this one time Anakin lost a hand. Yeah, and his father also, his son lost that hand too as well. Godfather, does it show him missing a finger now? It does, yeah. It actually also has like a little bandage thing. Or like, I don't know what you'd call it. So it's cool that they did that. Alright, so the count so far for messing up my optional objectives has been 4 times. In the old school games, whenever there would be like an optional objective that I knew I failed, I would just go reload checkpoint. The best you can do in this game though is reload quest objective. Okay, so this Aya quest doesn't have any optional objectives.
Watch out! Coming through!
Ούτε πόποτε ώρα κάτι αυτή η αφρονία. Ο θηρίων εμένυνσε. Είτε.
I forgot, I had a fast travel point there. Could have just used that. Now to do a really lazy fast travel.
My dearest.
The snake, Gennadios, are dead. It was Eudoros. He died flailing in the baths.
I wish I had been there.
My wife. My wife.
The mother and father of the Creed.
Dee. Hey, I was wondering if I should pull you out. Your adrenaline and BP are elevated, and it's affecting your heart rate and hormonal markings. Serotonin and oxytocin in particular. What happened in there?
Aya's here.
Who's Aya?
My ex-wife. I could feel her nearby.
You can feel her? Pretty sure that's the bleeding effect. Along with Bayek's memories, you're also experiencing his emotions.
No, you dork. I think she's actually in this cave. Spouses usually share the same tomb.
A second mummy? We should really report to Abstergo.
Maybe after I find Aya.
I'm gonna call it in if you don't.
Deanna, no! If you do it there, well, get no credit. They'll cut me out like always.
Okay.
There.
What is it?
The bleeding effect is leading me to Aya.
Oh, great. More fuel for your superhero complex.
She's down there. My turn for a leap of faith.
Leap of what? You're in no condition to do any leaping?
Damn, that's cold. I was right, she's here.
Oh, there you are, thank God.
I can almost taste the blood.
Okay, you're making less and less sense, Leela. We need to report.
Not yet.
Not yet? So when?
Well, I can't chew my way out of here. Your story will be told.
What are you doing now?
Climbing. And it's hard, so... Uskuti, will you?
Fine. Let me know when you get to the top.
If you come back to this area after you've visited...
I'm going back in.
Why?
I took a DNA sample from Aya. I want to see her memories.
Look, I get that you're excited, but the more risks we take, the worse things could go for us.
It's my dream on the line here. Let me do this my way.
If you go to this same location back in Bayek's time period as him, and then you actually explore this again as Layla, I think she says something when you go out to the cave entrance. I think, anyway. Kobe, a stupid, sexy murder couple. That's one way to refer to them, yep. Or if this scene is strangely horny for talking about murder, my wife, okay, crying, never mind. Yeah, that's true. There's definitely a lot of passion between the two. Godfather, is she a descendant or just a researcher? So she's just, well, she's part of Abstergo, but she's been trying to get on board the Animus project for years, but Abstergo hasn't...
needs to go in the Animus.
Abstergo hasn't promoted her to that project. And so she's very, like, rebellious and very driven. And she's basically had enough of Abstergo treating her like she isn't worth what she believes that she's worth. And that forms the basis of why she eventually becomes an assassin. Because after her experiences with Bayek and Aya in the Animus, She eventually comes to realize that because she rebelled against Abstergo and because they killed, this is a spoiler, because they killed Deanna, her best friend, that's one of the reasons why she becomes an assassin. Deanna knew Layla was a loose cannon from the start. Deanna saying what we were all thinking. Hey, you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, don't worry. Don't mind me. You and Rosie have the same coloured thing. Deanna saying what we are all thinking.
ISDNA needs to go in the Animus.
Deanna knew Layla was a loose cannon from the start. That's true. Yeah, she's worked with her for a while now. At this point, Kobe, here the leap of faith is also about not knowing if you can get back up. That's the thing. That's one good point as well. It's like I got down here. How do I get back up again? Hey there, Rosie. Welcome on in. You like Origins, I take it? Absolutely. I still think it's the best game out of the last three that they've done, to be honest. Or a poor Aya just tossed into this tomb with no respect. Seemingly, yeah. I wonder what actually happened to make that a thing. Listen, you bet coming out of the Animus is like waking up from a super realistic dream that you still think you're in. Yeah, I mean, that would be one way to describe it as well. And the level of surrealness that you would feel as well would just be crazy. Because like you're doing this Conan O'Brien thing where you pretend to fall asleep at lore time. Honestly, prefer Valhalla so far, which is weird because you're supposed to not like it. Why is that, Gizlek? Why are you supposed to not like it?
ISDNA needs to go in the Animus.
But that's fair too, as well. To prefer it over the other two that have, well, out of the three games that have been the most recent in the series.
Adding ISDNA to the chamber.
It'll take time to sequence. You won't be able to sync with their memories right away. Layla, something else you should know. Since you're mixing gene sequences in an uncontrolled manner, the transition between memories will likely be unpredictable.
I'm comfortable with unpredictability.
Yeah? Well, I'm worried.
You always are.
Harbinger Lucinda probably already knows everything about the AC games after watching Rod and Crooked play all of them every year. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like playing these games regularly as well. Obviously, with the annual series, I'm doing them in a certain order, but outside of that, I just do them in like a random order and random, sometimes just casual, sometimes in depth.
I told you! The Animus hasn't finished interpreting ISDNA yet!
Fine. Fine.
Fall is for another quest coming up. That's like the last quest. Whoops.
What is it?
The snake. What if he was not the last?
Of course he was the last. They are all dead. Justice is done. If there's any question, Apollodorus will know. He knows all.
And where will I find this man who knows so much?
He is with Cleopatra. But find his man first near the Hippodrome.
Hey!
I'll tell Phanos that Gennadios is dead and meet you later. Enjoy the Hippodrome. Don't lose all your money at the races.
Gizlek, you don't know Viking era, the weird introduction to the Hidden Blade, and the general desyncing sequence of story threads isn't that clear until you look up a guide or something. Yeah, that can be understandable too as well. And that's the thing with a long-running series. It's like with a series of, multiple seasons upon seasons. Like if you were to look at a series in its first season and then skip to its 15th season, there'll be a shitload of stuff that you'll be like, who's that? Why is that? When did that happen? How did that happen? Who is that? What? There'll be all these questions. So it can be difficult when you're creating a new entry in something to carry all that over in as many ways as possible while still making it feel fresh and new. Or they never really did make you like Layla. Yeah, I think it's kind of like a bit of a tough sell, because the present day protagonists after Desmond were the player, essentially. That was the idea with them. And when they introduced Layla, it was like, where do you begin with like a present day protagonist? And I'm very curious as to what the discussions were early on about that aspect, particularly. Like I wonder what came first. Did the character come first, and then it was like, okay, which faction do we want to put them in? Or was it like we want to have a protagonist who's actually part of Abstergo for the first time? Something like that. I mean, one character that people might naturally think of as who could have been the next, present-day protagonist was either Rebecca, Sean, William Miles, or even Desmond's mother, because that's a character, quite honestly, that we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen Desmond's mother at all in the entire series. We've heard her voice, but we haven't actually seen her, and she hasn't been involved in the game stories, at least. I mean, there's probably 50 comic books that cover her story, but there's quite a few people that could have been present-day protagonists as well. Lucinda, your first and only experience with AC was very mixed. Loved the story, really didn't care for the gameplay. If it wasn't for watching Rod and Crooked, you don't think you would have considered playing any of them, so you don't mind the spoilers. Yeah, and the thing you can expect, Lucinda, as well, is you'll have all sorts of people coming into chat, like, they'll be asking you, what do you think of this game, and they'll be giving you their thoughts on all the games in the series as well. So it might feel overwhelming because 10 people will be like, you shouldn't play this game, 20 will be like, you should play this one, and, all this kind of stuff too. So yeah, I'd be very interested to see how you feel about each game as you go through as well. Because, like, okay, but picture it like a pilot episode that ends with simultaneously pointing you at different seasons and or episodes without giving you numbers. You're just going by levels and assuming the Hidden Ones bureaus for the city regions only. Oh, I got you now, Gizlek, yeah. Yeah, well, I think the thing with Ubisoft and their approach is because they want the player to decide when to do what content, no matter what order it's supposed to take place in, it just confuses things where I think even they themselves forget what was supposed to go first. Or you don't mind a new protagonist, Layla is just unlikable at every step. Yeah, that's understandable too as well, to not like a character in that. The thing that I feel about her as a character is I think that there was potential for Odyssey to do some things with the character that it didn't do, which were missed opportunities as well. And I think they could have done some things to maybe bring on some people who didn't really like her that much in Origins to actually like her in Odyssey. But they sort of fucked that up as well. But I do like what they've done in Valhalla with the character as well. It's a different approach to the character too, which I think is good as well. But yeah. Because like you wanted plot twist, Desmond's mother is Nisu. Yeah, I mean, imagine if she's a direct descendant of Juno. How trippy would that be? Because like you wanted Galena Voronina, but then they ruined her in a comic. Ah, damn. Yeah, that's the thing too about characters that get introduced in either a comic book or just one little appearance in a game. They can definitely ruin them in whatever they put them in next. Cindy, yeah, imagine sometimes how overwhelming new Resident Evil fans might feel when you get into discussions about all the 15 games you've played and talking about lore over a 25-year span. This is so true, you know, and Resident Evil has so many ins and outs as well, with its lore and what's happened and all that kind of stuff. Because, like, you brought up Galena to the Ubisoft news team and they were hella confused because they had no idea who you were talking about, god damn it. Yeah, that's the thing too, there's so many characters that get introduced in those comic books. Like, I don't know, I feel with the comic books, if you're going to put a character in there from the games, make them a character from the games that we hardly know anything about, and flesh them out. If it's a character that's been in the games for a long time, and we know a lot about them, don't finish off their story in the comic book, you know. But she was Syndicate. Yeah, she was in Syndicate, yeah. That's true. But we don't really... But people who only play the games, who don't know she's in the comics, don't know anything about her. They're like, who is this random new assassin? And then when they finish the game, it's like, okay, what happened to that random new assassin? Because not everyone reads comic books, which is where Ubisoft sort of fails to recognize that fact. So they want, you know, to put, like, Juno's end in a comic book, not in a video game. Hey there, Mama Aura. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining. This is where I'm going to end the stream. Sorry about the timing on that, but I've been wanting to end the stream for the last 5 minutes or so. But I'll call it a stream for today of this game. And then I'll get back to this tomorrow, which is already tomorrow for me, but in quite a few hours' time. It's 2:07 a.m. and I won't be streaming it between now and, let's say, 2 p.m. my time on Tuesday. But my Tuesday stream of this will actually be a double stream, split with a break in between. So if you're looking for more Assassin's Creed Origins action, there'll be 2 different streams on my Tuesday and then one on Wednesday. And Saturdays, Sundays, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays is when I'm doing Assassin's Creed streams at the moment. That's okay, Aura, no worries at all. Thank you so much for being here. I hope everyone has a good one. Just want to give some shout outs before I go. That's okay, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Would definitely highly recommend checking out the following streamers that I've given shoutouts to. Crocodiles is also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed. He finished off his playthrough of Black Flag. He's actually doing the Montreal studio games at the moment, so he's finished Black Flag. So I think the next game he'll be doing is Assassin's Creed Unity. Oh no, Watch Dogs. That's right, he's also incorporating Watch Dogs 1 and 2 into those playthroughs of the Montreal games in the Assassin's Creed series and the ones in the Watch Dogs series as well. Lucinda is playing some Days Gone, doing a replay of that game. Is also a fan of Resident Evil and most recently did a Resident Evil marathon. She's also going to be playing some Assassin's Creed soon as well. Max is also a fan of Assassin's Creed. He's up to Syndicate. He's doing a series run. He's also a fan of games like Yakuza Like a Dragon, as well as the Tomb Raider games and also the Deus Ex games also. I'm in a Bear Suit is a streamer of games like Evil Within, as well as From Software games. He also does speed runs from time to time. Shin is doing some Fallout 4. He's also a fan of JRPGs and MMORPGs, and he's also a fan of Assassin's Creed. Gizlek has been doing some Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed as well as Horizon Zero Dawn. He played through that and the sequel Forbidden West as well. Dr. Ronnie has been doing some Watch Dogs 1 for his first time. He's also a scientist in real life. He works on cures for things like Parkinson's and MS, and he actually wears a hat when streaming and changes what he's wearing depending on the game. Kobe is playing It Takes Two, is also a fan of Assassin's Creed also, another great streamer to check out. Hitpigs has been doing some Assassin's Creed Rogue. He just finished that playthrough. He's also a fan of games like Uncharted. And last but not least, would like to highly recommend checking out Lidus. He plays a lot of retro stuff. He's also a big fan of Resident Evil, as well as Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, Streets of Rage, and many more kinds of retro stuff. And Kobe, that's absolutely no trouble for the shout out. And same to you as well, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Because like you can't play AC4 without Watch Dogs either, lol. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, I still haven't done a back-to-back playthrough of that yet, but you've just given me an idea, actually. But, yeah, it's such a great game. I really like both of those. Cheers, viewer. I definitely will, and that's no worries at all for the stream. Thank you for being here too. Thank you everyone for watching. I really do appreciate that. So I'll be streaming this next, so if you see me streaming this again, then you know it's become Tuesday for me, even though it already is, but it'll be later Tuesday for me when I'm actually streaming next. And what I'm going to do is raid someone that I don't usually get to raid that often, off-the-shelf reviews. They're actually playing some of a game called Full Throttle Remastered, which I've never played myself, but I'm pretty sure it's a point-and-click adventure game in the style of Monkey Island. So they're streaming that at the moment, so we'll go and raid off-the-shelf reviews. There we go, and here is also a raid message that people who are joining can feel free to use. There's also a variation here with some free follower emotes as well that people can use. Plus your own combination as well, of course. Absolutely, Ryu. Definitely will, dude.